All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home and car. Having 20/20 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently, or second-degree murder, forced into being pro se.
Court pronounces sentence as follows. Ms. Boone, court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections.
Bon appetit!
Welcome back. Wow. Yeah, look at that. Look at that smile. About to get wiped off. She really thought she was going to come in here and do something. Look at her. Look at her with her package right in front of her. She was ready to just raise hell today. I don't know how she thought this was going to end. And apparently Mr. Owens said that she was shocked at the outcome. How? How on earth are you shocked with, look at her opening the package now. Yes, that is the nail in the coffin of your life without parole. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. We'll try that again. Welcome back. This was one of the most insane sentencings I've ever seen in my life. I have never seen a more shameless, ruthless, murdering inmate before. I don't know. And there's been plenty of evil inmates who have done plenty of evil things at sentencing. This felt original still. This felt fresh. This felt cruel on a new level that I was not prepared for. I've always called her a coward and said that she's never actually ready to accept responsibility for her actions. And she more than proved me right today, and she added a good old F you to everyone who's ever existed in the entire history of humanity is responsible for her killing George. Just so you know, some subtle foreshadowing. But y'all, when I tell you I was not ready, I am not ready. I have no structure to this opening because what was that? I was expecting her to just be a coward and try to couch away from her words before and just be like, oh, I didn't mean it. I was in a different mindset because of the abuse. I didn't know what was happening. I never would have done those things had I had the support, whatever, da 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 da. Still about me, but just like completely deflecting any responsibility. And that's about it. I could not have anticipated that she was going to go for blood again. She's like, how dare you see me as a murderer, you piece of shit. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of awkward laugh to keep from crying moments because this was a new level of absurdity, of lack of compassion, of zero remorse, of pure vitriol that I've ever witnessed before. And look at Mr. Owens showing her, and this is where your prison's going to be, and you'll be in this cell, so be nice because this has very low ratings. Like, damn, I feel a little bad for Mr. Owens. He tried, had no chance of success. No one heeded the warning. Everyone thought that they could be the ones to fix and control Sarah, and so he said, let me do it. And now look, I don't know his reputation, his business, or his personal life. I can't imagine it improved from this. I hope it didn't go down or anything like that. But he sacrificed a lot for absolutely nothing. You had a client that was never going to listen to you, that was never going to be remorseful, or even attempt to actually get a positive outcome from this. And what this goes to show me is that even if she accepted the plea deal, it would have been rejected because she never would have expressed genuine remorse. She would have never taken true accountability, and thus the plea deal would be off. Like, that's wild. So anyway, she brought out a rage inside of me that I tried to filter out of most of these videos. This time, the filter's off. I'm saying everything that I feel within reason, but I don't care about going below the belt anymore. She is horrifying to a level I was not expecting. But I should have been. That was me. That was on my fault. Again, for thinking that there was any line that she wouldn't cross, that there was a boundary that she would abide by, and just some form of decorum that she would follow. Shame on me. Okay, and some other quick warnings I want to go through. Linda says she's going to let her have it today as well. So those quick warnings, I express no authority on this channel. These are just my opinions. Take what you take, leave what you leave. But if you leave a like on the way out. That's just good home training. Also, I call her Sarah Catherine Paulsen.
He's escaping! The killer is escaping! Help me!
If you don't like the meme, then just know anytime I say Sarah Catherine Paulsen,
He's escaping!
then I will be summoning the other Sarah Catherine Paulsen.
The killer is escaping. How big?
And I call George George because that was his preference, and even his family referred to him by George during the victim impact statements. With that out of the way, let's get this natural catastrophe started, because wow.
Ma'am, can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
We are here for a sentencing. The jury returned a verdict on October 25, finding you, Miss Boone, guilty of murder in the second degree.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree.
We are running a little bit late this afternoon. I apologize for that. I was in court all morning and took the opportunity to review all of your submittals from earlier this morning, Mr. Owens, including the victim or the character statements, the psychological evaluation by Dr. Harper, the motion for downward departure, the motion for new trial, and the state's response to same. Before we proceed with any sentencing in this matter, the court needs to address the defendant's motion for new trial and the state's response to the defendant's motion for new trial. Anything in addition you'd like to argue at this time, Mr. Owens, over and above what is contained in your motion, sir?
No, sir.
State.
No, sir.
All right, after reviewing the motion and the state's response to same, the defendant's motion for a new trial is denied. Based on the court's review of the record, the court's participation in the trial, and the review of all the evidence, and the court's prior findings and rulings at trial and prior thereto. With that, I believe that we're prepared to proceed with sentencing at this time.
Yeah, I just wanted to get the formalities out of the way. We did a prior video on this motion for a new trial, and it got denied like we knew it would be. I think obviously this motion is not going to pass. They made one half interesting argument. The only thing that I think was valid is that
Did I lie? Did I lie? Did I fucking lie?
honestly, I just wanted an excuse to bring that back. The state wrote a response. It was very long. Maybe in the future for another time, a members only something. I don't know. Probably not. But they responded. The result would have always been what the result was. We are going to jump right into Sarah's statement. I am holding off on all the other victim impact statements. I might do a whole other video for that alone. The victim impact statements from George's families were truly touching and heartbreaking. I definitely cried during them. So I don't want to taint those emotional and heartfelt words with the venom that is going to be spewing from this cretin's mouth for the majority of this video. So we're going to go straight into that. And this first little bit is going to be for my initial reaction where I was trying to do it fresh. I had hopes, I had a dream my life would be. In a little bit and finish reacting to the rest that I couldn't sit through.
Judge, I would like to call Sarah Boone.
You may proceed.
She could take this.
Yes, please.
Okay, now I'm going to talk over this while she waddles up to the stand. So, Miss Sarah, this is your final moment. This is it. This is your chance for your mediation statement where you are saying, please, Cray Daddy, please be nice to me. I promise I didn't mean to do it. I mean, I did, but I didn't mean that I meant to do it. I just meant to not do it on purpose until I needed to do it on purpose. But I'm still very much innocent guilty. But I feel real bad. I won't drink no alcohol, not no more, and I'll be good. That's all you got to say. It won't help. It will not help whatsoever. But Lordy, I don't know. I'm feeling a little electric. I don't know what we're about to expect. I just expect something. I don't know. It's going to be a mess.
Sarah Boone.
All right. Now, this is unlike a trial, so you're allowed to,
Lie your ass off. That's what he's about to say. You are allowed to lie your ass off. Because we're not in a trial, you are allowed to say whatever you want. So give it one last go. Give him what you got.
to speak in a narrative form, as well as I understand you have taken some notes or written a letter that you want to read from, and then you want to speak to the court after that.
Yes.
Of course she has a letter. Of course she does. It has to be a book open, close narrative. She couldn't end without a letter. Of course there's a letter. I wondered what the packet of papers was. Like, I'm imagining... Okay. Is it handwritten or typed?
Why don't you go ahead and get started?
This is actually an edited version of...
Hold on a second.
She is already coming in hot with these facial expressions. Goodness. This is an edited version. Of course it's an edited version. Why are you having an edited version? I mean, I'm guessing Mr. Owens made you cut a whole bunch of stuff because they're like, you can't get up there and read 58 pages. But of course she has to say that there's an edited version. There's nothing that you gain from saying that. No one is going to think less or more of you, especially not more of you, knowing that this is an edited version. I guess you're trying to prep us for being like, this would make more sense if I could give my whole manifesto, but apparently we have a time limit. So I have a hard out at 8 and a prison reservation at 9. And her facial expressions, her micro facial expressions, I've never seen someone as expressive. She can't hide anything. Contentment, annoying, aggression, curling the lips in, holding everything back, tightening up, looking down, just mouth affixed discomfort, quick eye flutters here and there, pulled back, the corners of her mouth. She's like, I can't believe this is not going perfectly. Do you know how many times I practiced this in my head? Mr. Owens, you're ruining everything. The cameras are on. I need you to go sit down and let me start my monologue.
I had a lot to say. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and I didn't really know how to put it on paper, and I didn't know how much I could say or how little I should say. So
The fact that you said that means you shouldn't say a lot. How little you should say. You especially should not say anything. You should have let all your other people, all your bunkmates, the pastor, your best friend say, oh, she's so good, she's so this. But now you're just going to undo all of that. You're just going to, I don't know. I've had a lot of time to think about this. I've had a lot to say. When don't you have a lot to say? You have written hundreds of handwritten pages that you have sent out to the world. There has never been a moment where we have not known exactly how you felt. But you want to make sure just one more time that we understand how amazing you are.
what I have here is, like I said, an edited version. But I would like to read the more important parts that I feel that everyone should know that wasn't said in my actual trial.
Translation, I want to lie. I want to lie some more. I want to tell you all the stuff that everyone told me I couldn't say because they are straight up lies. Mr. Owens would not ask me because he is also under some ethical obligations and would not let me just go on the stand and say absolutely anything I wanted to. So I'm going to take this time to do that now. She's rerunning the trial. She's trying to relitigate these issues that have been decided. You are guilty. Who are you convincing? This is always also what's wild to me, and this is how these media trials end up. People use this time to address us when you are supposed to be addressing Honorable Judge Cranick to your right. That is who you're trying to convince. Saying anything that you are about to say does not help you whatsoever. And it just shows more and more she takes this whole process as a joke. She thinks the process should run a certain way, so she's going to treat it that it should run that certain way. And if it doesn't, then they're in the wrong, and that she's victimized. She's victimized because she didn't understand how any of this works, and you didn't like the lies that she tried to throw in front of you and didn't believe what she wanted to say, and now I'm going to let you have it again and again and again. I highly doubt she is going to reveal anything new. It is going to be the same old talking points of, I'm innocent, I didn't do it, you don't understand, yada yada.
And on top of what I have on paper, this is just the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. So I wanted to read this, and then if I may, I would like to address everyone in my apology on top of my statement.
Why is she always doing the most? Oh, of course you have an apology on top of the statement. You couldn't just put the apology in the statement. That would make too much sense. So we have to have whatever BS statement this diatribe is about to be, and then we have an apology coming up. And she's already framing it as an apology ahead of time. And I know that on its surface may not sound so weird, but because we know who she is, her saying it's an apology up front is like, this is going to be my attempt at a so-called apology since you all apparently need one. So just wait till I say everything I want to say, and then I'll get there and I'll give you your measly little apology. How does that sound?
You may proceed, ma'am.
Kintu Sukuroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold.
No! Not starting with kintsugi. Oh, sorry. Kintsukuroi. Or what did she say? Did she say Kintu Sukuroi? Child, what is this? Is this like Philosophy 101, first day of class? This is the most overdone analogy I've ever seen in my entire life. It is... I mean, she's going to tell us. I mean, she just said, you put stuff back together, you put broken pieces of pottery back together with gold. It looks really dope. Wow, we're fixing the broken parts, blowing the mind. Isn't this pretty? Apply this to your life. Everyone uses this example, and it's great. It's a beautiful art form, and I'm not dogging on that whatsoever. I think that's amazing. I would love to do that sometime. However, this analogy, so many people do this. It is so remedial of what's the easiest thing I can explain to be like, hi, I'm a very broken person, but still see me as amazing. It's I'm broken because I'm so beautiful. No, it's like what she said in the interrogation with the nobody understands our relationship. It's this something that's so beautiful, but you don't understand. You think it's broken. So let me explain to you how all of my broken pieces are beautiful on the inside and how you should care for me because of that. Oh, wow. I've paused a lot in this because I'm just trying to take it all in piece by piece because I know it's going to be a train ride of a roller coaster, of a Polar Express to hell or whatever.
In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is a part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken.
Yeah, the only part she looked up for is right after she said, is more beautiful because it has been broken. You see that, everyone? I am more beautiful because I have been broken. And even this analogy from the start just shows how warped and inaccurate her mindset and perception needs to be for this situation. Obviously, we know she can't think outside of herself. That's just who she is. But that reference, that analogy would work better as communal than it is individual. If you're saying because of something like this happened, it shatters everyone's lives, but what we can do is put the pieces back together with each other because of forgiveness, and then as a community, we can let each other shine through the goldness of our resilience and this and that, and bring everyone in rather than tell everyone, I'm a broken piece of art that's actually beautiful, love me. Rather than let's heal together, let's fuse and mend these broken relationships and broken strands of trust, broken this, broken that, but it's broken me. And so I guess what George's death, her murdering George, the fact that George is dead because of her and is being attributed to her, is one of her cracks. That's one of her broken pieces that she just has to mend back together to become a beautiful piece of her again. I don't know. I know it's not as deep as I'm like making it, but I'm just trying to make it make sense because it doesn't, and it only makes you look more self-centered.
This is the wisdom of Kintu Sukuroi.
She did say Kent Sukuroi. Kent Sukuroi or Kent Sugi. Get it right. I mean, I'm mispronouncing it too, but I'm American English wrong. You're just wrong.
In my wisdom and with all of my repairs, then, now, and ongoing.
Whew, Jesus. Okay, that was that happened so quick. That was one sentence. With all of my wisdom. What is your wisdom? Your wisdom thought you could leave a man in a suitcase all night and he wouldn't die, which is what I truly believe. I truly believe you meant to leave him down there. You thought you were going to teach him a lesson because your dumbass didn't think he would die in a suitcase. And then you passed out for real and then got mad when he died, like legit upset. So your wisdom hasn't really helped you that much. Also, who says that? Who says, let me give you my wisdom? I don't know. And they're not being sardonic or being sarcastic, but she means it genuinely. Hello, world. I'm going to bestow upon you the wisdom of Sarah Catherine Paulsen.
He's escaping! The killer is escaping! Help me!
The wisdom of the artist formerly known as Miss Boone Esquire, because I'm not here to learn lessons. I'm here to teach lessons. And she said that in past videos, in our past videos, in her past letters, especially in divorce court. How can I educate anyone if I'm not in the room? She thinks she always has to educate people. How about you try getting a job as a teacher? You absolutely could not and would not be allowed to be around children whatsoever once they smell Drunky the Bear walking in for an interview. But that was your true calling, apparently, because you like to just tell everyone everything. So what are you going to teach us with your wisdom and all of your repairs then, now, and ongoing? Name one. Name one repair you have started or are doing or intend to do. Exactly.
God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the
Whoa.
Torres family, the justice system,
What?
Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives,
What?
infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations,
Oh my God.
second-degree murder, forced into being pro se.
Life.
Electric chair.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you just said that. In one sentence, you just gave yourself life. What is happening? You just said, whew, the whiplash. She will always, I don't know, that's a skill. She will always surprise me. You literally just said kintsugi, putting the broken pieces back together, forgiveness, repairs, ongoing, God this, God that. And I just want to say, I forgive all The damage that was caused by George, by the detectives, scoundrel detectives, the media, all of my rights being taken away. Oh my gosh. And being forced to go pro se. Girl, you've had 3 lawyers the entire trial. You didn't have to do a single thing during the trial on your own. But you can't let that go. That eats you every single day, as if the 3 lawyers you did have are not better than the one appointed counsel that you were given to abuse. You had 3 people and 2 Paulsenettes to abuse all you want. But he made you go pro se because of your behavior, and I can't believe why. Why on earth would no one see you as a rational human being? How could anyone misinterpret your words? And this is what she does. She is saying all of this with such a flat affect, like she's reading the school announcements. Today at lunch, we're having the pizza with the good crust, and George is a lying piece of shit. What? The same affect. None of this means anything, right? Like, she has had no emotional response to any of these very emotionally charged words. It is all a rehearsed script that she just needs to be heard. Wow, this isn't an apology at all. Huh. Does she know this is sentencing? Like, you've been found guilty. Guilty of murder in the 2nd degree. You debating the facts back and forth or trying to say everyone was mean to me doesn't matter. Especially when you're saying constitutional rights violation. So you're saying, Kranick, you're violating my constitutional rights, and you made me go pro se. Fuck you. Also, please don't send me to jail for the rest of my life. What? This is why they say, if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. But also, if you're on trial for murder and you filmed yourself doing it, how about you just don't talk? How about you don't take the stand? How about you don't speak at sentencing? Because there is nothing you can say that can change the words that you said in the past and the actions you took in the past. But you think if you can just say it's everyone else's fault. I can't believe how many times she wrote, remember, every time you point a finger, 3 point back at you. You do nothing but point the finger at every living organism with mild sentience in your vicinity. It's their fault. And they have all broken you, but you forgive them. This is unbelievable. You murdered a man and you just said, well, I forgive you for the damage you caused me. Okay, yeah, I need a moment. I need to walk away from this. That was a lot. Why am I shocked? I'm glad I'm just like a faceless figure, right? Because my jaw was to the center of the earth's core. That's how far it fell. And she said all of that in one sentence. No hesitation. She truly believes it to her core. And her sentence, she's got a lot of time left. What is she about to say? This is her opening. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll need to pick this up later.
Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion to be set free from sorrow.
Child, what in the chat GPT is this mess? I know AI when I hear it. This doesn't make a lick of sense. Why? Because there's so many little mini logic jumps that aren't connected. It sounds flowery and sounds correct, but it's not actually making a point. So forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, how, or what you've lived through to be so gold. So there's the first logic jump of what you lived through and to be so gold. There's just words that are missing in there to make that leap of forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget those life circumstances, and being able to do that makes you so gold. So that like in between logic jump. And then, but it is a gracious act, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion. That's not what forgiveness means at all, though. Like, yes, forgiveness is a gracious act and requires humility to forgive, but grace and humility are not in themselves forgiveness. And the anchor for her is the considerable self-compassion, meaning, I've forgiven myself for killing George. Why won't you do the same? That's literally what she's asking. She is saying, I forgive all of you for abusing me since I was born. And I need you to forgive me for just merely killing George. She thinks it's nothing. And that's why it's so easy to put in one breath of, just forgive me. Ignore everything that's been involved, everything that I've done, everything that I've said, everything that I haven't done, and everything I refuse to say, and just forgive. No. And then it says to be free from sorrow, and that's another one of the little AI logic jumps of being able to forgive will lead to bringing you away from sorrow. But that little bit is missing. This is a gracious act of humility and self-compassion to be free from sorrow. Yes, forgiveness is a gracious act that requires humility, and it also requires self-compassion to the degree to allow yourself to forgive. But it's not self-compassion after you forgive. It's not, I said I forgive you, now let me go console myself with self-compassion. It is having that self-compassion elicits that forgiveness. Because I have more love for myself, I can forgive. Because I don't have to devalue myself doesn't mean I have to hold a grudge against everyone else. But if I place myself above in my mind, then I can forgive and give everyone else second chances as well. But no, for her, it's, I said I forgive you. Now say it back.
Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache.
I've always hated this kind of appeal of, you need to forgive me because if you don't forgive me right now, it's going to make you feel worse. And actually, you're a worse person. Playing on the morality of the people and putting that pressure on them to manipulate them into forgiving you, just further highlighting the disingenuous nature and the nefarious undertones. So we're being lectured into forgiving her.
Irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice.
So now she's saying that if you don't forgive, that's going to make things worse. It's going to make you a worse person, and it's going to cause even more cracks, meaning it's going to make me feel worse. And no one deserves to feel that way, no matter what happened. Meaning, it doesn't matter that I killed someone and am spitting in your face right now. You are making it worse by not already forgiving me.
It doesn't matter. As the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you've become more outstanding and more extraordinary.
Now we just took another left turn. So you shouldn't withhold forgiveness, because if you do, that creates more cracks, more issues, and no one deserves to have those issues, which is what she is saying is being done to her right now. And now she's saying, but that doesn't matter if that does happen. And she's saying that because it is happening to her right now. When it does happen, you actually look even better and more beautiful. So she's saying, you should forgive me already, because if you don't, that causes more harm to both of us. I feel bad, but even though it is already happening to me, I look better because of it. I'm a better piece of art. I'm losing it. I'm short-circuiting.
Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiven. And when you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward.
See, she's tripping up over her script because she ain't write it. Miss ChatGPT helped you out and left you out to dry, because this still doesn't make sense. You are saying, above all else, when you get rid of your resentment, you stop blaming, you put down the anger, that is forgiven. I think you mean to say like that is the process of you forgiving someone else, but you are saying that is forgiven. And when you're forgiven, you can heal, and when you heal, you move forward. But that's not how forgiveness works. You not being angry, you specifically not being angry, you saying in your mind you're not angry, and that means you're automatically forgiven. That's not the connection. It goes the other. Let's just take a little side tangent of what is a standard definition of forgiveness. A standard definition. Forgiveness is the act of letting go of negative feelings towards someone who has wronged you, and instead extending understanding. It involves accepting the other person's flaws and giving them a second chance. She is talking around all of these things and not actually talking about forgiveness itself, because forgiveness means you are not reigniting the issues that you are trying to forgive. You're trying to drop the negative emotions. You are saying scoundrel detectives, bias media, damage done by George. That is not letting any of that go. That is still very emotionally charged language, negative emotionally charged language. And it's someone you feel has wronged you. You are telling us that we have all wronged you. Nothing about this is forgiveness. It's talking around forgiveness, what should happen afterwards, that when you do forgive, it's a great act, and that you should feel better about yourself because of that, and people should love you more because of that, but not actually letting go of that anger, letting go of the negative feelings towards who and what you are forgiving. She is saying, if I myself personally let go of my anger, like my anger in general, like I'm not angry person in general, that is forgiven, meaning you are forgiving me for putting my anger down, instead of I am putting my anger down as forgiveness. Is that making sense? Forgiveness is an outward exercise. She is making it an inward one. And she's saying, I have come to this internal conclusion. I accept myself. I pat myself on the back. Now please pat me on the back.
My goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry.
For fuck's sake, are you kidding? Oh my gosh. Throw out all the forgiveness stuff. Throw out everything I just said. I told you that I'm made of gold, that I did this, I've evolved that, my repair's ongoing, my repair's happening now. And then you say all this shit? You haven't forgiven him one bit. You hate George. You hate him. The idea that you feel any kind of way other than hate, vitriol, disgust is impossible. It is impossible to love someone and do what you're doing right now in open court, in front of his family, in front of the cameras, in front of the world, as you say it. Because even though we know that the world doesn't actually revolve around you and that billions of people have no idea who you are, you still think you are talking to the world. So you think you are saying all of this about George, all these lies, because you want us to feel that way about him. You know these things are abhorrent, and if they all did happen, would make him look like a monster, and that's what you're trying to portray. We know you lie as easily as you drink a glass of water, and this is no different. A lot of these are pretty much similar to the same things that she didn't really need to get as specific with, but she did to try to elongate and make it more and more severe. These are like 21 descriptors of him being the worst human alive, and you're saying you forgive him. Oh, no. No. Okay, so from now on, This is going to have a huge content warning. You may not want to continue the video. I will be now pulling up past videos that were on her phone to show the kind of behavior she actually is talking about, who was actually threatening, terrorizing, forcing, humiliating, degrading, laughed at. Let's see who was actually doing those things and who was just crying foul and exaggerating everything. You have never once told the police that he raped you. You only brought it up once Mr. Owens got on board and once you wanted to bring it up right before trial. But you called the police 16 times on him. You offered up pictures, evidence, videos.
Can I show you all the other pictures that I have that I have documented?
He's going to jail for this, so the rest of that can't really do anything about. But if anything else shows up, you can go.
I wish I could show you bloody fingers and bloody faces and black eyes and...
You would tell anyone anything he did to you, and never once did you say he raped you. Only right now are you asserting that. Because it's just another thing to make him look worse. You are spitting on the grave you put him in. You are deplorable, disgusting. Like, I can't even look at you right now. I'm just so grossed out there. Up there looking like Jar Jar Binks, nasty old wrinkly neck. I just can't. There's nothing about forgiveness in this. So she's sitting here lecturing us about how we need to forgive her and how we are worse people when we don't forgive her and only cause more damage, cracks that nobody deserves, no matter the reason, as she just said. But she just gave 21 reasons why she still says, fuck you, George. How dare you die when I was torturing you? You did this to me because yet again, you terrorized me with your death that I caused. Purposefully and gleefully. And she thinks because even if all of this were true, which I'll say maybe 30%, well, I'll give her 30%, but the other 70 is full bullshit. And even the 30% that is correct is often manipulated, overblown, and I just don't believe any of it. I don't. She is now slandering his name even though he is already dead and has had every horrible thing said and thought about him because we all thought that she was telling the truth because we saw injuries, we heard descriptions, and we said, oh my gosh, how could this happen? And then we see the videos, we see the text, we see her behavior, we see the control that she had over everything. And then she dares say this. This just shows who the true abuser is. The one who could never let it go, the one who can't forgive anyone for anything ever, and then will smile in your face and say, you're a piece of shit. You're in the wrong. Wow. I'm not going to play the suitcase video. That is a guarantee. I might play the isolated audio from just her voice potentially later on. We'll see how bad this gets. But we are going to take a detour right now, and we are going to watch one of the harder videos because she is framing him in such a disgusting light that I don't even want to listen to whatever other bullshit she's just going to ramble on and on and on about, because I'm seeing how long her statement is, how much I still have to react to. She's probably going to keep doing this for pages and pages and pages. So we need to take a detour to see who she really was in that time versus what she's saying is happening now. And the fact that all of the people you had to speak on your behalf were from people you met after being incarcerated speaks volumes, speaks magnitudes to how many bridges you've burned and how badly you don't want people to know who you actually were at that time. And it's a video that's been out there for a while, so just a warning right now, it is the one where he's in the fetal position and she's screaming at him because apparently she told him she wanted to go to sleep and didn't want him to bother her. He was sleeping outside of their bedroom door, curled in the fetal position, outside of the door, already humiliating and embarrassing beyond belief, the fact that you can't even go sleep in your bed because your partner is saying, you can't bother me. And he's going to mention it, but he says he only did that because he wanted to be closer to her. even respecting her boundaries. He didn't walk in there. If he were this monster that she is saying, odds are he wouldn't give a damn about what she had to say. And if he wanted to go to sleep, he was going to get in there and go to sleep. But no, he's on the floor sleeping outside of your bedroom. Maybe he made a noise, maybe he didn't, but it woke you up and you decided to lay into him. I tried to condense it a little bit as much as I could, taking out the little pauses and things to make sure that we're not on it for too longer. But here's your warning. We are going to play it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So you remember this. So you remember this. Are you drunk right now?
No, man.
How much alcohol did you drink?
Enough to be drunk.
You're slurring your words. You're sleeping up against the door right now.
Yeah, because I want to be next to you.
Did I not tell you to not bother me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it you come up and do? What time is it right now? It's 1:20 a.m.
I haven't bothered you. I haven't bothered you since then. I just go to sleep.
But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all?
Yes.
Because why?
Yeah, I took me too long.
Nope. Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now?
Kind of to throw it out. Maybe
What does that mean?
one more drink.
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. Enough for 2 people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
Nobody's leaving nobody. Stop.
And the reason why you were even downstairs and weak enough to get drunk was because you don't give a shit about me. You don't listen to what I say. Special things that I keep on my front page of my phone so I remember to tell you about it because of how special and fun it is. I always bother you. I always bore you. You don't listen to me. Yesterday was my first day at work, remember? And I ended up 90% hearing about your day and 10% about mine.
You don't bother me or anything. You know, talk to me. Sometimes you just you overwhelm me. That's the problem. You overwhelm me.
By telling you about my first day at work?
No, dude, you just overwhelm me about every other thing too. It's not just, first day at work.
So I'm overwhelming you by telling you about the 4th highest paid baseball player. That's a client of ours?
I'm not starstruck.
I don't even know who the guy is.
I don't need.
So the reason why, so you fully admit now that you didn't care and you did brush me off in the car. Midway sentence. Because you're not into baseball.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying.
I want to go to sleep. Go downstairs.
Yeah. I know.
I'm leaving you. And I'm going to try and cancel plane tickets.
No.
Because I don't do special things for people like you that are doing this. Like, to me, after I asked you at 1:21 in the morning,
I'm not doing it.
I wanted to be asleep. I wanted to stay asleep, which is why I got into bed at 8:30.
I know, I'm not.
I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Nonetheless, you're drunk. The amount of alcohol, I know how much was out. I know how much was in there. That's why I could smell you in the bed before you actually got me up. I can smell you from here. You're despicable.
How am I despicable? I'm not even doing anything.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
You're not gonna remember shit. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not doing nothing right now.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
I'm not doing nothing to you.
You do everything to me all the time. All the time. Heartache and pain is what you caused me. Heartache and pain.
How is that?
Keep going. And I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. You get on your fucky little bike and go to fucky work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
As of this moment, and until I can get you out, get the fuck out of here. I dare you. Yep, look at it.
Get the fuck out.
Look, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I will scream bloody murder. Get away from me.
Dude, nobody's doing anything.
I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
Nobody's doing anything. And you're filming it.
Let me go.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm asking you, George, to get away from me. Please get away from me. Get away from me.
Yeah, I am. That was your function, dude. Malfunction. No, your malfunction is you, dude.
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Holy shit, the whole hallway just reeks of you up here. First it's shit, now it's alcohol. Don't step foot in this bedroom. I can't even breathe. Like, it's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting.
Keep filming when it's looking like. Then I said, love you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
So now that we are absolutely clear on who the real abuser was, the real active primary aggressor was, we can stop giving her any benefit of the doubt, right? We agree on that? Perfect. Because what? She is literally, this is all because she woke up because he was sleeping outside of the bedroom when she said, don't step foot inside the bedroom. So first of all, he's not even breaking any of her rules. She's just mad because he got as close as he actually could. So she's just going to change the goalpost and said, you stepped foot upstairs. So upstairs means my bedroom, means you're not respecting my boundaries, means I'm going to F up your entire night. And I want to make sure that you feel as absolutely horrible about yourself as I possibly can make you feel because you woke me up, allegedly. After I went to bed at 8:30, you're saying it's 1:30 or 1:20 or something. So you at least had 5 hours of sleep. It's not like he just woke you up as you went to sleep. Which still wouldn't justify this, but it would make more sense of, oh, you thought you were just starting to sleep. No, you had a full nap. You probably woke up from your REM cycle naturally, and then you heard or smelled or sensed his presence, and that pissed you off, and you were going to let him have it. And you did, because you brought up things that had nothing to do with what you were talking about. She quickly got into her real motive, the real reason why she's out there pissed and laying into him. I know how much vodka was in there. She's mad that he drank all the vodka and allegedly is drunk. That's why she instantly goes to, you're drunk. It doesn't matter if he's drunk or not. Your decrees to him were to not bother you and not step foot in the bed. He didn't do either of those things. The decree didn't also say, don't drink the rest of the vodka. How would she know that it's gone if she did not look at that before going out there to berate him? If she went to bed at 8:30, how would she know that the bottle is empty unless she has seen it at some point between those time periods? So, odds are she was looking at it because she was looking for it and saw that it's empty and is pissed, and then this all ignites. Because what happens next, what happens after he allegedly impeded in your space by stepping foot in the bed, which he didn't do, and drank all the alcohol that you somehow noticed. I want you out of here because I want it documented that I'm leaving you. I want you out of here. We have escalated to this man moments ago was sleeping, not bothering anyone. Maybe he's drunk, maybe he's not. Who cares? He is literally answering, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. I do not think there is a way he could be responding any kinder right now. The yes, ma'am always takes me out. I don't know why. I don't know why that always hits wrong. It just hits like a, I doubt an active abuser is using that verbiage when they're being yelled at by their victim. However, a victim saying that because their abuser said, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, correct? Yes, ma'am. Makes sense to me. And then she transitions to, and the only reason you were downstairs and weak enough to get drunk, calling your abuser weak after waking him up and berating him, is because you don't love me. You don't listen to me. You don't care about me. What? How are we here now? How quickly things spiral into an out-of-control conversation that is attacking him from every side and front imaginable. You don't listen to what I have to say. Special things that I put on the front page of my phone. What? You didn't hear about my day? The fourth highest paid baseball player? Why does any of this matter at 1:20 in the morning? It only matters because it matters to you, and you want him to feel as bad as you possibly can. And then George has the audacity to say, you overwhelm me sometimes. You just overwhelm me, and I'm not starstruck by a sport I'm not even into. And then she warps his words to say, oh, so you're admitting that you did brush me off, that you don't care about me in the car. And it's like, again, he's not even fully awake yet. And so then she circles back, closes the loop. I want to go to sleep. I told you not to step foot inside this bed. So now we're back at ground zero. And she's going to go back again and get riled up. And this is how you get lost in those cycles of arguments that never end. Linda, that is right. I did forget to mention the plane tickets. She threatens to cancel the plane tickets. She uses this trip to her benefit multiple times in the future, saying, I paid for him to go visit his kids because he hadn't been there in so many years or however long. And you could tell that she used that over his head multiple times. I can guarantee that is not the only time she threatened to cancel the plane ticket and say, I don't do special things for special people with Brian's money because I don't actually have a job. And so the fact that he didn't have a job and had no funds either, she still had financial control over him because of the alimony she was receiving. And I bet you she used that trip against him multiple times after it. And after I took you this, after I took you to see your daughters that, after I did this for you, I did that. And it was such an easy thing for her to pull up because she knows he wants to see his kids more than anything probably. And so it's an easy thing.
And then what happens?
He's always talking about his kids. Heard me for saying, and a bitch, and not a mother.
To get another jab in. And then it's the, nonetheless, you're drunk again, and bringing out what she really cared about this whole time. I know how much alcohol was in there. I know how much. I bet you do, Drunky the Bear. I bet you do.
Her nickname is Drunky the Bear.
And you're going to make sure he knows. You're going to make sure you tell him as many times as possible that you are worse than me because you are drunk. Not that I have an issue with it because I was trying to get drunk too. That's what she's masking. But you are drunk because I need to deflect that and say that you are a terrible person. Because if you didn't drink it, I was going to, and I deserve to. And then it turns into the get away from me. He is in the fetal position against a wall, as physically far away from you as possible, as condensed for you as possible. And you are saying, leave me alone. Stop doing this. And then you keep yelling, get away from me, get away from me. And he's like, no one's doing anything to you. You always do everything to me. Heartache and pain is all you give me. All of this because he allegedly woke her up. And I know this has been a long explanation, but I'm giving a thorough breakdown so that we know what we're walking back into when she starts spewing these lies, her actual character, what actually happened at the time, what makes sense by the temperament of what we've seen. If you wake an abuser up who is as violent and as vicious as she has claimed to be, it is impossible that he would not be loud in her face right now, after all the things that she is saying to him. So then she keeps ramping it up further with what really shocked me was the, I dare you. I dare you. How are you daring your abuser who you said has knocked out your teeth, given you black eyes, done this, that, and a third? How on earth are you able to say, I dare you, if he has tried you multiple times and has answered that dare, allegedly? And then you keep berating him. Do not look at me. Do not say anything to me. Do not touch me. And then yells, do not touch me, loud enough to where if you are living on the other side of her wall, you can hear a woman yelling, do not touch me, without the context of seeing that he is standing up against the wall, feet from her, hasn't said a word, is in crossed arms, not even in an aggressive stance. And she is yelling, do not touch me, when he has done nothing to her. And then keeps egging it on because she wants a reaction. She's goading it as much as possible. Do you understand that until I can get you out of here, we have gone from you woke me up to now I'm breaking up. You have to leave. Don't look at me. I dare you. I dare you, my violent rapist abuser. And it's the never ending. Keep going. Keep going. And then he finally turns around and takes a step up, and she again goes, I dare you, I dare you. Yup, look, as in she's saying, I'm filming you, because she thinks she's in the right during all of this. And then he comes back, get away from me, don't touch me, get away from me. Because this is what she does. And then it's I'm going to scream bloody murder, I'm going to scream bloody murder. You are threatening him to wake everyone up, which you always did, because people heard nonstop yelling and fighting and screaming. Well, they would see it as fighting because they can only hear one side. Or maybe it was both, but in this instance, it would have only been one side. And now we see on the other side, through her camera lens, it is something completely different. Even in the moment, she is saying, I dare you because I will get you arrested, is the undertone of all of this. And so he says, go ahead and scream, because he's over it at this point. You are sitting here nonstop berating, and that's when she gets scared, because she plays these games. She, all her life, thought she is okay to just abuse people as much as possible. And then when they turn around, when they said, okay, what's not going to happen is this anymore. Now it's, I was afraid for my life. He was going to kill me. He was going to beat me to a bloody pulp, all because I said, please, why won't you let me sleep? That's how she's going to dilute it down to. She's going to dilute it to, he wouldn't let me sleep one night, so he kept me up because he was torturing me. Basically forcing insomnia, which is what she says with the, I've been up since 4 a.m. because you fucked with me. What does that even mean? There's no further definition. It is just assumed that both parties know. And obviously he's not going to fight back with what that definition is, because then they'll be here literally all night. And then she starts to fake panic. Get away from me, George. Please get away from me. I'm telling you to let me go. I'm telling you to get away from me. Because that's what happens. She can say anything she wants to you, and you look back at her wrong. You come closer. You almost even give a fraction of meeting her where she is, which he didn't. He never got aggressive at any point during this entire clip, while she is saying everything she can to try to hurt him as much as she can. He rightly says, you are malfunctioning. What is your problem, dude? And then she goes, whatever you say, as though she were desperately trying to say anything to escape from him. So that's why when I hear all these other people being like, well, she ran away and she looked terrified of him, I'm like, it sounds like, of course, she would look terrified when she's pushed someone over the edge. She says he was a volcano about to erupt. This is what was around this alleged volcano 24/7. Why on earth would he ever erupt around her? And to just accent it even more, because even if it's I got into this argument, I got in over my head, I immediately started fearing for my life, that's what happened, and that's why I need you gone because I'm, not going to learn a lesson, but whatever, I'm just going to say whatever. That could make a little more sense until he walks away again and you say, the whole hallway reeks. It's disgusting. You're disgusting. Nagging him on again as if 2.5 seconds ago you did not say, I'm going to scream bloody murder. I dare you. So then he turns around again, comes back. Don't you dare step foot in the bedroom. Which, let's make this still absolutely clear. At no point during this entire night has he stepped foot in that bedroom, which was the first allegation which started all of this. Don't step foot in this bedroom. It's disgusting. I can still smell you. I could smell you when you were outside. I can smell you down the hall. You are disgusting. And he finally gives up and goes, walks away and leaves. And how does he end this argument after minutes of beratement, being belittled, degraded, humiliated, insulted, forced to take action, blamed? He goes halfway down the steps, he turns around and says, keep filming me, Sarah. Good night. Love you. That's how he ended it. That's the last thing he said. And what was her response to him still not meeting her aggression? He didn't take the bait. Merely seconds ago, she's saying, please, George, I'm telling you to get away from me. Get away from me. Whatever you say, whatever you say. And how does she cap it off? After he says, I love you, I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you. And at last, she finally triumphed. She achieved her goal. Because, before I paused, half an hour ago, she started with her goal of forgiveness was George. And she definitely had many goals with George. And the goal this night, from the video we just watched, was to break him down completely. And it finally hit. His head sunken, Sully turns around and walks down the dark staircase. And she's won. Congratulations.
Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day, for ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together, for wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over and over, for breaking or removing the locks from all of the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred space of my son's room where he beat me bloody on his bed.
If this is her version of forgiveness, I am terrified of what her version of revenge is, what her version of holding a grudge is. Is it worse than this? This is you forgiving someone? That's why I said forgiveness is an outward expression, because the outward expression are the actions that follow. Do you forgive them by not talking bad about them? Do you forgive them by not calling them 13 times a day, by not texting them 1,000,000 times a day? That, respecting those boundaries, doing those things, that is when you have expressed forgiveness. She said, when you put down the blame, when you stop doing X, Y, or Z. And what is she doing? She is putting the blame in X, Y, and Z. And honestly, I think the root of all of this is that she hates that she has been portrayed as the bad guy and that he has been seen in a better light than she ever wanted anyone to see him as. He is being seen as a good father, or at least a better father than she is to her son, who yet again she uses as a pawn in this multiple times. You do not ever need to bring up your son in this situation because none of these situations has involved your son directly, but you won't keep him out of your mouth. The sacred space of my son's room. Rolling my eyes. But that also shows that when George was sleeping outside of the bedroom, he was respecting that sacred space. If he's this big abuser who only does whatever he wants, why wouldn't he just go in the son's room and sleep if he's not quote unquote allowed in their bedroom, right? This idea of she is telling us he respects no boundaries, is a monster, and has done every horrible thing a human can possibly think of. Meanwhile, his actions show the complete opposite. It shows restraint in the face of beratement, even when she kept digging and digging and digging. And she starts with tried to end me, defeat me, or destroy, because she can't settle on any of these descriptors, so it's all of them. He did all of these things. He tried to kill her, defeat her, destroy her. I think she hid it in there. The real one is defeat her. Because maybe he was getting better at her game and was trying to defeat her at her own game, disarming her from her normal manipulation tactics until she kept getting more and more violent. She was not going to be defeated. And then here it is. She says he wouldn't let her sleep when she needs to get up for work or to pick her son up or to go to a son's field trip or something. You wouldn't even pick him up from school, take him to school. So you want me to believe you actually went to a field trip with him? Unless it was free and it was taking you somewhere that you wanted to go, then yeah, I absolutely can see you showing up for the first time. And what does this letting her sleeping comfortably or whatever, she doesn't feel safe anywhere. You felt mighty safe in that video when you stomped out in the middle of the night to confront your alleged abuser. And then just got to throw out more accusations. He ruined, destroyed my family heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes. How did he destroy a tradition? Like, that would either be the heirloom or the keepsakes, but how does he take a family tradition from you? He is very good at abusing people if he is able to destroy and take and break and steal your family traditions. Then she brings up the smashing the TV. She loves bringing up the smashing the TV because the still image and the section of the video that Owens wanted to just play shows that, oh, this could be violent, this is scary, when he's pointing the bat at the camera. And then you see the video and he's wearing himself out by swinging the bat. And he's saying,
You're gonna help me take it out.
You're gonna help me clean this up or whatever. He's not saying you're next or this could happen to you or sit down or anything. It is saying you are going to help me after I finish smashing this TV. Why am I smashing the TV? Who knows? Probably drunk. The TV probably was already broken and they were going to get rid of it. So they just decided, oh, I'm going to smash it. Maybe he did the first time on accident. Who knows? Even if it was malicious in some way, he's not threatening her at any moment. And then he goes and she takes a picture of him passed out on the sofa with the bat. And people who insist on documenting stuff like this, especially when you're in a vulnerable position, are documenting it for a specific and intentional reason, and they do not plan to keep it secret. And then saying, wrecking our town home, but then kicking in my back door, my front door. Sometimes he owns things, sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he lives there, sometimes he doesn't. And the door over and over and over again. Well, did you lock him out? Did you take his stuff and wouldn't give it back? Because we know you have done that in the past. You're conveniently not going to say it here right now. And that's why you got mad when he locked you out sometimes. Both of y'all went tit for tat very often. But not only that, not only is he kicking in everything, he's breaking or removing the knobs so that there's nowhere she can feel safe. Does the I dare you woman really want me to believe that he is removing knobs and she is allowing that to happen. Or allowing it to stay that way, which is the insinuation of he took the knobs off for undisclosed, undetermined amount of time, so there is nowhere I could feel safe. For how long? Was it a night? Was the door locked? Because there's only 2 rooms upstairs. There's the room y'all share, and then the sacred space that belongs to your son. And I'm glad that was respected, more or less. But if it was respected and you didn't like him because the wind blew the wrong way and locked him out, he has nowhere to go. You're not letting him into the room that you sometimes say is our room. Most of the time now are saying it's my room, which is just a mental F. I can't imagine like how George is trying to conceptualize things. She's saying this is your bike, our phone, our townhouse, but it's all mine, mine, mine at the end of the day. And she's going to remind you of that any chance she can. And then she tries to cap it off with, tying it all together in the sacred space of the sun, beating me to a bloody pulp. Because it's not just bad enough that he beat me, it's he beat me to a bloody pulp, and he beat me to a bloody pulp in my son's sacred space room. I have to remind you, I'm a mother, so that all of this sounds worse. Anything to pile it on again and again. And I could just keep going, but yeah, moving on.
For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe, telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead body in the pond or scrape their remains off of the pavement, for kicking them off of the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me. For threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all of the bones in my face, like his brother Moses did to him after he kept seeing all of the bruises from George beating me, like all of the times their father beat their mother.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Now George's dad is catching strays. Like, Jesus Christ. She loves to do this. She loves to throw out anyone else's dirty laundry because she thinks it makes her look better. She did the same thing in the interrogation when she revealed that one of her neighbors was working to get a green card. It was just so mean-spirited and nasty, and this is another one of those mean-spirited and nasty things. This has nothing to do with anything. And so we know half of these are lies, and we know how she lies so effortlessly because that's not even why the fight broke out. I brought this up in past videos when we've covered this. She tries to back away from this fight a lot, but then takes credit for having him go to the hospital afterwards in order to get his face fixed up, when the brother mentioned that it only happened because she came bursting in there yelling, "Look, he hits me, look, he hits me this, he hits me that." She's saying, oh, he just noticed the bruises. No, she announced it.
That happened because she said they was drunk. They was at my mom's house, at mom's house. That's the other one.
Is it last name Torres?
Torres. Okay. They had got into it because Sarah had came and said that she had George had beat her, and then they got into it. But I wasn't there that.
When she phrased it as something that she was completely detached from.
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point. He had to have facial reconstruction, but he has been in the hospital from that. And then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing. Yeah. But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor?
Both.
The surgery I think was at this point what, 2 years maybe.
And you're glossing over that and only going to the good things you've done.
Sends a picture. Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose. The brother responds, "Please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you."
And I kept that last part in because she would use that, his facial reconstruction surgery, against him, because people said that his appearance did change slightly. And so she would call him fugly and say he had an effed up face anytime she wanted to just to dig even deeper. It's not only am I calling you ugly, I'm calling you ugly because you had a surgery that I pretty much ignited by telling people that you beat and abused me. No one actually knows what you did or the severity to which you did it, but she goes in there running, yelling, screaming, and then this fight breaks out. But a mess. Just has to throw the family out there whenever she can. But then we gotta back up to these damn dogs again. These dogs are a part of her personality. She will not let them go. And it's one thing, I know people are really close to their pets. They love their dogs. And that's fine. That's good. That's okay. But she uses their disabilities as a moral high ground, or like to increase her morality. It's not only do I love my dogs because one is deaf and one is blind. How could anyone possibly take in a deaf and a blind dog? Only the kindest person in the world could do that. Only me. So that's why I'm going to bring it up constantly and never ending. She brought it up on the body camera. She brought it up in one of the hearings where, of course, she was bringing her son into it, but she said, I was worried about my dogs. I was worried about this, worried about that.
Worried about my dogs. I was worried about my son.
Can I ask you, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I just have to make sure my dogs are underneath the table.
Your dog is still underneath the table there.
There's two of them.
Are they both the same colors or
Yes.
something? Yeah. Well, there's one of your dogs.
My dogs?
Stay right there.
Wait. What?
No, it's one of the dogs came out the back. She has two of them.
I have a deaf dog and a blind dog. Are they outside?
Is there any way we can secure them?
Martinez, are you on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's Tess. She's the deaf one. Where would you like us to put your dog? She'll go under the table.
No, she needs to be secured because obviously she's gotten out twice.
Can you take the dog? How is she getting out?
That's
is the door
what
open?
I'm asking you. Is there a cage, a leash? Is there something?
I mean, I have a leash.
Can we get a leash and tie her up?
And then she says he's going to threaten these dogs, threaten to kill these dogs. So this is a lie, right? Mainly because she's saying he said he wanted you to see their bloated, dead bodies, scrape their bodies off the pavement. This is not in George's vocabulary. I'm sorry. He's not using this complex, flowery language to make a threat. I imagine if he were making these threats, it would be very blunt and to the point. Not overly exaggerated, scrape them off the pavement. That is very Sarah talk. And that Sarah talk extends right to the next part about, he says he's going to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking every bone in my face. He said all of that specifically. Icemaker doesn't believe that, neither do I. Why to your son specifically? Why not unrecognizable to anyone? But to your son because it makes you sound better. And this is why your son does not like you. This is why your son wants nothing to do with you. Because you only think about yourself and you only think about him when it can make you look good. Or you can use it to your favor. We don't owe you anything and are waiting for you to be guilty so we can get out of here and away from you. I don't want to deal with you anymore. I'm going now. Click. Yelling at me so loud, the phone is distorting. So loud, former husband, his father, came in and told him to stop being mean to me before hanging up. You have never sacrificed and you have never tried to keep him from harm. You have only placed him in harm's way the more you continually keep talking about it. If she did actually have fans and she kept bringing up her son like this, that could draw attention towards him. He could receive harassment or undue visibility because you will not stop bringing him up. I'm glad you stopped using his name because you would drop that so casually as well. But you still make sure you use him. It's like the son and the dogs are her to, look, I'm a good person because these things exist. Well, I guess she does have that one fan, that pen pal from the Make-A-Wish Foundation, who also talked about them dogs and how much she is so amazing with animals. How do you know? You've known this woman for 11 months, less than a year. You have never physically seen her interact with an animal because she has been locked up behind bars, and you, by your own admission, are wheelchair bound. So you are just taking her word when You say she loves animals so much and she would do this and do that. Who else would adopt a deaf and blind dog? And we'll talk more about that if I do a video on the victim impact statements. But a little hint into my opinions on that. Both of their speeches, the speech that she gave sounded eerily similar to all of the talking points she made George bring up when she got the case dropped. Eerily similar. And one part in both of those speeches that were similar, as are multiple parts, are her love for animals and those damn dogs.
I'd like to share with the world and with the court about the Sarah Boone that I know. Sarah Boone is a kind, honest, and good person. The Sarah Boone I know is one who loves animals, especially the kind who are damaged and defenseless. How many of us would take in and pour love for a hearing impaired and a sight impaired pair of dogs?
She's a good woman. Never been in trouble in her life. She has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than where it already has.
The dogs are dead now. Let them rest. And I feel like it's the same way with her son, where she is, I'm this excellent mother to these dogs and children, and then she neglects the child. So I imagine she neglected the dogs too. She said she was so terrified on the day she killed George and the police showed up, terrified of his family, that she just grabbed her things, didn't feed the dogs, and left. I'm like, why wouldn't you bring the dogs with you? Brian mentioned that they had just got a puppy, and that's why he took longer to get over to her place, because he had to put the puppy in the crate and then drive over. So they could have just chilled with the other puppy. So you didn't care about them that much. You cared about yourself. Her son and those dogs are her favorite go-to pawns, even when the dogs are dead. And to close the loop on all of this, to expose her as a liar, she initially told the cops in the interrogation that he loves the dog.
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
For all of the drunken rages and fist fights with so many neighbors when wandering into their apartments during hunting expeditions after I had escaped.
All right, so I can't keep pulling up receipts for absolutely everything, or else we'll be here all day and I will never get this video out. But this is also a mess. Yes, she would quote unquote flee places. Multiple people would come looking for her, because that was the whole basis Brian said for their divorce. The last straw was there was a random man who comes in the middle of the night shouting for Sarah. I highly doubt Brian would call him a random man if it were George when they're at the scene of George's murder. So he says one random man comes in yelling for Sarah, and their child's in their house asleep, and that's when he had finally had it and decided to divorce her. And George would go looking for her. You can call it hunting expeditions or what have you. I just want to know, what is she doing to where multiple men are searching for her, hunting for her, meaning they don't care. They are looking in random people's apartments. George was drunk and thought that he was going to his, and he just ended up in some lady's apartment with her kids. The kids weren't there, but still, he went in there yelling her name. But none of those neighbors said he got in a fist fight with them, mainly because this case was a woman. They just asked him to leave or what have you. But she has no room to talk when she has fallen asleep on the back porch of other people's houses or apartments. That's what she did with her apartment next door, Vincent and Brendan's place. But people did say you were the one who tried to pick a fight with anyone. She tried to pick a fight with someone who was peeing around the side of her apartment or whatever. I don't think on the apartment, but whatever. And they had to stop her from trying to fist fight this person. So that makes more sense to me than anything that she has to say. But yeah, moving forward, I'm only pulling receipts if it's easy for me. Otherwise, just take my word or do the research afterwards.
For drowning me in liquor and wine because I didn't want to drink, causing me to urinate on myself, then butting the end of the bottle in my face, giving me 2 black eyes and a bloody nose.
Oh, girl. Please. After literally your nickname being Drunky the Bear, Brian saying that you had an issue with alcohol.
David, her nickname's Drunky the Bear.
For over 20 years. But now George, the person you've only known for the past 3.5 years, is the reason that you drank so much. He's the reason. You didn't want to drink on your own. Also, what's wild to me is she waited to go to trial longer than she even knew George. She is acting like she ran his life, knew his entire life, suffered all of these years and years and years under him, and it was this and that. 3.5 years is not that long for all of this to have happened. You would think they were together 5-7 years and had time to go through all of this. That means their life was hectic, non-stop, constantly. But she admits to having an issue with alcohol when it benefits her, and the second it doesn't, well, now I never wanted to drink. I only said that because I thought that would make you do what I wanted you to do. I thought that would make you give me what I want, and it didn't, so now I'm going to backtrack it. I don't want to drink at all. He is the reason I drank. He drowned me in liquor. Oh, he drowned you in liquor? Is that why Miss I Dare You immediately went after? I know how much vodka was in there. Enough for 2 people to have a really good time. And you were really upset that he drank it and that you didn't get it. Was that him drowning you in liquor? No, that was him preventing you from having some, and you go on a complete tirade about it.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now? The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. And then for 2 people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out.
And then mask it under, I want to go to sleep.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day.
A little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics. We are not, you know. What is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it, you told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and just because you're drunk doesn't mean that you
were not drunk.
That's like an assumption. Like that's what you all are thinking. Just
We're asking.
it's the whole
You tell us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking.
For making me experience what it is to be sodomized.
So now you're just admitting that y'all did anal? I don't know why you would say that. You said he essayed you earlier. You're not saying he forced you to do that now. So I don't know why you airing out your business like that's supposed to shock people, but all right, you do you.
Threatening to kill my friends and the neighbors when they checked on me to make sure I was alive and in one piece. For threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job.
And where are all these friends he threatened? Why have they not testified for you? I feel like if he threatened your life, you could have subpoenaed them and had them go up there and ask them, did he ever threaten your life? Yes or no? No, you couldn't. That's why this wasn't brought up at trial, because it's just you. Oh my goodness. And then saying he did all that because you got a job? What? Y'all both were broke.
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Normally, if an abuser is doing that, it's because either they want financial domination and financial control, meaning they have the money that you do not, or they want you to make the money for them. So they're not going to stop you from having a job. They're going to force you into labor and then take the money away from you. That doesn't make any kind of sense whatsoever. You are the one who had financial control over him and flaunted it over him any chance you could.
I'm leaving you, and I'm going to try and cancel plane tickets. No. Because I don't do special things for people like you.
I don't give a shit either. I worked for that birth certificate, voter's registration, and your ID card. Just because your name is on them doesn't make them yours. Even paid for them. I needed you to be a man and take care of me.
You didn't have a job because you are inadequate as a human in existence. And by inadequate, I don't mean that you have to be that way. You just choose to be. You could have gotten a job. You are not dumb. I say that all the time. You are not dumb. You are very stupid and you make stupid decisions constantly. But you are not, in general, dumb. If you wanted to pull it together, you could have easily gotten a job. You didn't want to. And so you didn't. You wanted both George and Brian to take care of you solely, and you do nothing. Not that he forced you so that y'all would both have to be broke and couldn't afford all the alcohol that you were purchasing. Why wouldn't he want you to work so that y'all can get more alcohol? It's like she knows things that survivors go through, so she's trying to mimic that experience by just saying she went through the same things. But it doesn't fit with the actual facts of the case, and so she can only say it now when she's not going to get fact-checked, and no one can stop her from doing this. Well, Judge Cranick could stop her. He's not going to, but he could.
For holding me hostage on weekends, my son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck, my phone in his crotch, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as a warning not to ask anything or try to leave.
Oh, so now it's George's fault that you were a crap mother. Okay, you see everyone, you got it. It makes sense. She didn't pick up her son all the times that she was supposed to because George wouldn't let her. Even though Melissa saw George and the son playing outside, never saw Sarah playing with the son outside, he didn't want her to be able to go pick up her son, and so he had the keys around his neck, her phone in his crotch. Remember, sometimes it's our phone, but in this case it's her phone, and a butcher knife in the middle of the table so that you know not to ask questions. Did you try to take the butcher knife? How long did it remain in there? Did y'all remain around the table where the butcher knife was the entire day? None of this makes sense whatsoever. And from everything we've seen, text messages, temperament, first-hand accounts, none of this sounds like it is within his normal behavior. There's having stories with appropriate detail and then stories with hyper-specific details that are so unrealistic that it's hard to near impossible to believe unless you're in a dire, unforeseen circumstance where weird things are just happening, and so then it makes sense. But no, you're saying this is an everyday occurrence. Every day there is a new, specific, cruel, and unique form of torture that you went through. And you still felt comfortable enough to tell him, I dare you.
For stabbing me in the leg and not letting me call 911 for an ambulance or seek help, where I nearly bled to death until I concocted a lie to save him from being arrested.
Anyone actually believe that she lied to have him not arrested? She had him arrested when he took her debit card for 6 hours. She had him arrested when he called her a bad mother and a C word. You mean to tell me he stabs you in the back of the leg and you don't have him arrested? And he wouldn't let you call to ask for help? What kind of sense does that make? Plus, there's multiple conflicting stories around this. Brian says that she was stabbed in the back of the leg, mainly because Brian only heard it from her. He wasn't there. He didn't hear any other accounts. Melissa said that she heard there was a fight outside with broken glass and a broken wine bottle, and that she got stuck in the leg that way. And maybe he was responsible for it, but I'm at a point where I question how this happened. If he stabs you in the back of the leg, how is he down there? Why is he doing that? There's a few scenarios. Maybe you're sitting down, you're standing up, and he's trying to walk away from you, and as he's walking away from you, he sneaks down and stabs you in the back of your shin or something. Or you're in front of him and he's coming up from behind and stabs you in the back of the shin. Or my personal belief of, if you're outside, which I'm more inclined to believe Melissa's side since there was different eyewitnesses telling her that they saw this happen and then she went to the hospital, that there's this fight outside, there's a broken wine glass bottle wherever, maybe there's broken shards around places.
Steadily progressed, you know. She had a very large gash at one point in her shin. She had to go to the hospital and get that taken care of. I'm not exactly sure what it was from, but I think it had to do when they got into a fight outside and something got broke. I think it was one of their wine glasses or something.
If she's on top of him, clawing and scratching at him, and he's reaching for anywhere on the ground, picks up something sharp, and then stabs her in the leg, that would make more sense to me about how her leg came close enough, or he is in a position where he would stab her in the back of the leg. If she is on top of him, that means her knees are down, her shin would be facing upwards, the exact position where she got stabbed. If he were on top of her, he would not be able to reach the back of her calf. Then that provides a more plausible explanation about how you accidentally get a huge gash in the back of your calf. And then she talks about how it got, infected, and she had to go back so many times to get it fixed, 4 or 5 times. I'm like, yeah, it would also make more sense to me if it were a broken bottle, because the small micro shards of glass that get stuck in wounds would still be there, and thus it would be more susceptible to infection. That makes sense to me. And then having to go back to get it fixed again and again and again. Normal stab wounds, you don't always have. There's always a risk of infection, but it's pretty preventable with a stab wound once it's been treated. However, when you're treating a glass wound, you can't be 100% sure that you've gotten every last little shard out.
For destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called. For me experiencing ever being arrested, and after today, prison.
Oh, so now he is the reason that you were arrested and is the reason you're going to prison. Partly, yes. Yes, he is. Why? Because you called the police on him on July 25th, 2018, saying that he kicked you in the face and this and that. He ragdolled you, he threw you around, this and that. They found like a little bump on your head and a tear in your shirt. So you called the police on him to try to get him arrested. Then they look at him and he has black ligature marks around his neck from where you were trying to strangle him. You even admit that he hit you with the back of his heel down the stairs, meaning he is kicking you away from him. He couldn't be on top of you kicking you down that way, because if he kicked you with the heel and he was on top, he would just kick you into the stairs. But to kick you down means you were on top of him. He was trying to get you away so that he wouldn't pass out from you strangling him. But he is the reason you experienced getting arrested. And she never let that go. Through so many body cam footages, she's like, I got in trouble last time. I'm not getting arrested, right? Because she knows every single time she called, she hit him too. And so you are the reason that you got arrested. You called the police literally on yourself. You're just mad they saw his injuries and said, oh, I was fighting back, when you didn't mention that before and you weren't going to mention it the entire time.
Yeah, right here. Go get him. Please put the finger up the police.
So you don't want to press charges? Okay. Hands behind your back.
For what?
For battery domestic?
Me?
Both of you. You two hitting each other.
This is for real?
This is for real.
Why am I in trouble though?
Because of
Why
the
am
marks
I in
he
trouble?
has all on his neck and the inconsistencies
That's
of
me
the story.
fighting back. Why? Because I fucking fought back?
Just like you're not mentioning it now. You have not mentioned one thing you have ever done to him, even if it were retaliatory. Only when you get caught in your lie and they expose you do you admit to it.
He woke you up. By hitting you? Is that what you're telling me? Or what happened? I need you to tell me.
He kicked the door open. He's kicked the
You're
door.
adding a lot of details that I need you to be very concise with.
Yes, sir.
When I'm telling you, I need a timeline of the events.
Yes.
Exactly. She can't do it.
How am I going to corroborate your story?
He kicked the door open 4 times.
Uh-huh.
4th time, I gave in. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's when I got punched in my ear. On the 4th time. Where I was like, don't do it anymore. Just go downstairs. Go smoke a cigarette.
Okay.
So now...
And that's what I did.
Okay.
And then I walked off barefoot.
Okay. And on the phone, you told me that you attacked him as well.
I didn't attack him.
You said you exchanged, you had a physical altercation on the phone. That's what you told me.
I pulled him off of me.
He said he has marks because I was fighting for my life.
I was being honest with you.
Okay.
So are you being honest now? What?
It's not easy for me to admit that I've been standing in the same place for 18 years.
Well, I've been standing with you. I've been right here with you, Troy. I got a life too. I gave 18 years of my life to stand in the same spot as you. Don't you think I ever wanted other things? Don't you think I had dreams and hopes? What about my life? What about me? Don't you think I ever crossed...
And he is the reason. You hear this, y'all? She is forgiving him right now during her mitigating statement for being the reason that she is being sent to prison. He is, because you killed him, you monster, you fiend, you disgusting, deplorable, just unremorseful sack of... You can fill in the blank. That is why you are going to be experiencing prison for the first and only time. You will be there forever. This is your first and longest stint in prison ever. And you deserve every year you live. And I hope you have a long life, honestly. A very healthy and long life. So that you get to see everyone else enjoying their lives, growing up. You get to see your son evolving and having a life that you could never have provided him, even if you were involved in it. So that the Torres family can heal, evolve, grow, and find their own happiness that you will never be able to find. You'll fake it. You'll write your books and you'll say how much better you've gotten and how much prison's the best thing that ever happened to you, because it's how you compensate. You can't comprehend accepting the responsibility for failing at something. So even your failures are major successes. You are broken gold, a beautiful piece of art, even at your worst, even at your murderous, putrid worst.
For beating me almost blind, crushing my occipital lobe. For having me experience what it means to see stars, like in the cartoons, where a character has a tall lump on their head. I had that too, and many times.
I had that too, and many times. Many times you had the exact same injury and you saw stars like in the cartoons. And this is also from the September 4th body cam footage where she tried to explain the "I saw white" when her story made absolutely zero sense.
So what happened? Because you didn't include any of that in there.
This is what happened.
But you didn't include any of that information in the story you just told me, so I'm trying to get a timeline of what happened.
Then I come downstairs.
So he kicks the door open.
4 times.
He kicks the door open 4 times. And then what? And then what happens?
He's always talking about his kids. Pardon me for saying, and a bitch. And not a mother. So, feed the beast. Go downstairs. That's after this.
So why are you leaving that out? You're not telling me how that happened. Again, that's like the 3rd time you've done that.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. He got on top of me and punched me in my ear.
That's what I want you to tell me.
Yes.
And I've asked you like 4 or 5 times.
Okay, well, I didn't know you needed that specific.
You didn't even include it at all.
Me and ear. I saw white.
Okay, so he kicks the door open.
Your life is a comic joke. You are a cartoon. Your life is written like a horror cartoon where none of it makes sense, none of it has to make sense. And I truly believe you think people are going to buy this BS. Or else you're just throwing everything at the wall to make him look as terrible as humanly possible.
For dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night just to sit next to him. For taking my car driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car to take my son to school foremost, me to work, and he to his batterers intervention classes and probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him.
Hello again, welcome back. You never knew I left, but I did, and I'm back. Pardon the voice, as you can hear, it's been a long weekend, but we're gonna vibe with it until it gets back to normal. Anyway, I'm just sitting there trying to imagine what is going through her mind while writing this. When she says, I have one more shot. I only got one shot. Do not miss my chance to blow it. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Sentence.
Court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections.
Yo. And this is what she lands on. She lands on bringing this up. We're going to work back on this one. She's complaining about going to his probation classes, officers, all of these meetings that she forced herself to be at. No one asked her to be there. In no way in the world is George going to say, hey, drop me off, and then wait in the car for hours knowing that I'm not getting out early, I don't have to go to work, I have nowhere else to be and no rush to be there. And you are so terrified of your abuser, this man, that you would wait in that parking lot for hours without question, completely terrified and in fear the entire time. No. It sounds like you were scouting. It sounds like you were surveilling him, following him everywhere. You had the car. You could go back home for a few hours. You could do anything for a couple of hours. Even if he was strict enough to say, I never want to have to wait, so you better be here when I get out, and you just have to show up extra early, and yes, that could be abusive. That makes some kind of more sense than this, I had to wait there for hours on end because he chained me to him. Everywhere I went, I was in fear. If I did go somewhere else, he was going to beat me and make me unrecognizable to my son. You already are unrecognizable to your son. Why? Probably doesn't have a memory of your face. You're not there a lot. Because you bragged about it in the interrogation. You said, I went to the state, I did this, I got him out of bail.
Seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it. From him poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's...
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him, like I do, and I feel like I can help him. Like, I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. Or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Where I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do.
Okay, future Scar cutting in here because I just placed this clip in here, and I have to talk about this real quick.
Even though it was just to make the point of the fact that she has visited all these places and will be there. Everything in this little 2-minute clip, she's already covered in this fake ass apology. So it reveals specific talking points that she has had for years that she has wanted people to believe and to instill in them, and it's never worked. So you keep hearing these repeated talking points almost in the same order. I'm not going to line them up directly, but all the stuff that she covered in this one little thing we have already covered so far. And it starts with looking at the videos in the phone, which I can't believe the things that we have seen. She told the detectives to go searching for it, saying, if you see what is on my phone, you will think I am the victim and not the man who you just saw was murdered yesterday. Which then she says, so I started to document things, which opened up to, you'll see all of this, all of that, including this, referring to her stab wound in the back of the leg that is like her badge of pride now. It is her obsession. She can't let it go. However, during this burn book bitch fest, she's saying he stabbed me, he watched me bleed out, he did this, he wouldn't let me unless I concocted a lie that prevented him from being arrested. Versus here, 4.5 years ago, the day after the murder, while she is still dramatizing all of his other actions to prove how good she is, she refers to that as him poking me in the back of the leg.
4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it. From them poking me in the back of the leg. Right.
So we're getting all of these theatrics now about this leg injury. And back then, it was so minor to you. He was poking me in the back of the leg. Then Scott says, why are you still with him? The question of the millennia. If he's doing all of these terrible things to you, why are you still with him? And I get it. You can be stuck in an abusive relationship for a million different reasons. And there's 1,000,001 different reasons why you don't want to leave or feel that you can't leave. She had nothing but power and control over this man. She could have left at any time. As she brags about later on, I kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
And you have to understand too, I have, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him
I
out
know.
the next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
She had ways to get away. She chose not to. So she doesn't get to claim now, there's nothing I could do. There's everything you could have done. Now you want to blame everyone else for them forcing you to be in this relationship for some reason, when that's not the truth. And then one side thing that has always bothered me to no end and just makes me cringe inside is the tense shifting. I get it, it happens. This is like a day and a half after you murdered him. And you're saying he has came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to here. How do you know? You didn't know him in Philadelphia. You don't know where he actually was. You know based off of his own accounts or whatever you've elicited from him, but you have no idea how his life actually was in Philadelphia because you only knew this man for less than 4 years. Then the had hope in him. It just hits me wrong. I don't think most people are tense shifting the day after, especially in regards to things that are emotionally driven. It's one thing to tense shift being like he works at this place or he worked at this place. That makes a little more sense. But when it comes to something conceptual, like progress he's making, things he's doing that are not concrete, physical, and finitely defined. And she even said later on in there, I still love him to this day. Girl, I hope so. He died yesterday. The idea that you can flip this on and off switch in regards to him being alive and being dead so quickly is terrifying, honestly. But moving on from that, it goes to, I've really helped him. How have I helped him? I've bailed him out of jail, and this is the actually applicable part to what I was saying earlier. I've bailed him out of jail 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing, and she gets loud and punches these words. Every single hearing, every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. You got him arrested. That is what you did for him. And now you're patting yourself on the back because you tried to put a Band-Aid on it afterwards. Also, from an abuser standpoint, horrifying. Your abuser gets you sent to jail, and then the next day, the first time you're in front of a judge, you better not pretend to say that she did anything wrong. You better not reveal that she was the actual abuser or aggressor. You better not plead not guilty. Because I need to save you, meaning I need to drop the charges. If you get the charges dropped on your own, there's going to be a problem. So I have to be there at everything. I have to meet the probation officer. I have to talk to them. Why? I've gone to talk to all his public defenders. Why? Why are you talking to a public defender in a case that is against you, where the public defender is defending their client from your allegations? Yet you, which would be on the prosecution side, is coming to meet the defense. That doesn't look good for you. Go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him by getting him arrested and making him do what I want him to do. I have had hope in him, and he was trying. He was really trying. So you're acknowledging that he's trying. You are never acknowledging anything good he ever attempted to do in this fake-ass apology. You are saying he was the devil sent from hell himself. I barely survived. Congratulate me. Screw George. He deserved to die. Why? Because I did everything for him, and he still is making me go to prison because he decided to die. It's how all of this reads. And then to undercut everything, then he starts to think about things and gets overwhelmed. She's calling him stupid, right? And she does that constantly. The idea of him having to think on his own, being able to think on his own, is dangerous. She has to paint that in our minds of whenever he starts to think, whenever he has autonomy of his own actions, he is an abusive monster, and he's only an angel when he is guided by me, my love, my forgiveness, my control. And then to transition into everything, because she has to close this loop of he's thinking, he gets overwhelmed, which means I have to go on a bike ride, go upstairs, read a book because I don't want to drink. Now we're back at drinking. This started with look at what's on my phone, the stab wound of him poking me in the back of the leg, and now it's I don't want to drink. Why? Because I can have the occasional 2 to 3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. How could you say that when you literally said you drank a bottle of wine the night he died? Obviously, you drinking a bottle of wine or 2 or 3 glasses of wine means you're not okay. If you can't remember any of this and sounded the way you sounded on that video, and now you're telling the police, don't worry, I can't get drunk. He's the monster who gets drunk. That's why he forces me to abuse him. He forces me to call the police on him. He drowns me in liquor because I don't want to drink. Why? Because I have things to do. I have to pick up and take my son to school. I have to tend to him. I have all these things to do. It's always funny to me when she lists that list and it's just the only thing I have to do is take my son to school or pick him up from school. And she doesn't even do that. And then she says, I have all this other stuff to do. How? You have no job. Your bills are paid for by someone else. You have 0 responsibilities outside of your child, which your responsibilities are done for the day once you drop him off. But that's about it. But you will tell us all day long that this was the worst, horriblest life circumstance that you could never get away from. And he was doing his best. You won't acknowledge anything that he's done that's good. Okay, future Scar rant done, going to past Scar rant, then going back to fake ass apology.
I bailed him out of jail. I did everything for him because I'm still trying to help him, even though I personally, me, Sarah Catherine Paulsen, sent him there. I begged and pleaded for him to be arrested so that these outcomes could occur, knowing full well the potential possibilities. I begged for it. But now I'm a martyr because I'm trying to put a Band-Aid on the knife wound in his back and then claim moral superiority because of it. That's the wildest thing I've ever heard. And then was obsessed with the probation officer, saying she called me and had a 42-minute conversation where she just said how much I'm helping him and that he's so lucky to have me.
You have to go to see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court-ordered. Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions too I need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will.
I'm sure the probation officer just cleared her schedule for 45 minutes just to tell you how perfect you are. And you're making it sound like she called you with the intention to talk to you as if George had a phone. That was the only number she could reach him at. You didn't allow him to have another cell phone, at least not another phone with a plan. Because she said that she proposed that they just share the phone to cut down on costs. And if he ever did have enough money to buy his own cell phone plan, I 100% believe she would have freaked out and saying, oh, you don't trust me? You need to be away from me more? You're cheating on me? You're hiding stuff from me? Even if he had the ability to get his own plan, he wouldn't be allowed to have it after being under this agreement. That is another stranglehold she had over him. But she is so proud of that 42-minute conversation. And I bet if we talked to the probation officer, she would say she would not let me off the phone. I tried to speak with him. She would not let me do it. I tried to relay some information. She would not take it or whatever, because I don't think she can just tell Sarah everything. And we know how cyclical she gets in arguments and in conversations in general, especially if it makes her look better. So I'm sure it just cycled again and again and again until the probation officer was like, look, I have somewhere to be. And she loved that probation officer because she told her she was a good person, to the point where she said, are y'all going to tell the probation officer?
So his probation officer, do you all inform her, or do I need to call her?
That makes no sense whatsoever.
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him.
It's like, no, the nice lady that she was to you and made you feel better about yourself. So of course she's perfect.
Y'all, I have gotten so sidetracked, I haven't even finished just this tiny little segment of her fake ass apology. She said he took her debit card to drive drunk, even though she kindly explained. Anytime you have to frame it, she does this all the time. I kindly and soft-spoken and in control asked or explained X, Y, or Z. And we know how she asks or explains things. Just so we're clear, she thinks she's being kind right now. This is her kindly explaining things. So imagine in that conversation, her kindly explaining to him the importance of her car, to take my son to school first, right? Why? Because I have to put in I'm a mother again, because that would make it sound better while I'm so upset and really laid into him because of it. Because also when you have to use adjectives like kindly and reframe past events like that, you know you were irrational and that you popped the F off. And then second, to take you to work, you don't have a job. I would be embarrassed to keep saying all of these things about, just don't bring it up. Don't bring up the fact that you didn't have a job so many times when everyone, all the evidence shows you could have, you did at times, and then you didn't. Why? Because you either got arrested for strangling him.
For battery domestic? Both of you. You two hitting each other.
And then to take him to the batter's intervention classes, yada, yada, yada. So she's also explained so many times, he's gone to all of these classes, taken all of this, all of this, that. He, quote unquote, was changing. He would think more. He did a lot to try to correct or at least acknowledge the faults that he had. She never did a single thing. She did not do one thing to improve her behavior. No classes, no just being a better person in general, no acknowledgement that she has problems that she can't improve on, nothing. Which is why a life sentence is the only appropriate sentence for her. And the debit card part, that was the arrest she had with that unhinged June 18th, 2019 body cam footage, where she called the police on him twice in one day. One in the early morning over this debit card. They search for him at work and at his mom's house. He's not there. He comes back at like 12 or 1-ish. I guess they had an argument and she calls the police again and says that someone else told her to do it, so it's not her fault. And then begs and pleads the officers not to arrest him after jumping for joy after seeing her. If you're not new to this channel, then we have viewed this chilling body cam footage many times. If you are new, buckle up because it's just the most absurd behavior I've ever seen. Because she goes from helpless this, helpless that to full aggression trying to send the police officers away. And at no point during any video ever filmed of George have we really seen him, in her words, go off the deep end or lose his mind completely. Nowhere near the way she has done in this footage.
So I'm guessing you called for a reason, right?
Told me 24 hours.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, but you do realize he's here, though, right?
322, 65.
Have you been drinking?
I had a drink.
Okay.
Tattoos all over him. No shirt, gray pants.
Yeah, I have to. He's here.
Other one, tattoos.
Yeah, you can stay right here. You can stay right here. He doesn't know that you call. He doesn't know how to
Another
know
black male, no prescription, hard QA,
I have to.
3 white females, collecting an area check.
Why do you have to? So we left earlier. We respected your wish, I guess. Yeah, we respected your wish.
Hey, but I'm literally begging you, don't.
Yeah.
Something over here. I know. I'm trying to keep you away from there. You're not listening.
No, don't have Rachel come talk to me.
There you go.
George, I'll do whatever I can.
Okay.
George!
What's your name?
Babe, I had no idea.
Jesus Christ.
Babe!
Stop screaming at him. No. Go back inside. Go back inside. Go back inside. Jesus.
Do you need Jesus right now?
I don't. Just go inside and call Mom and Pop.
How's Henry over there talking to him?
Henry's the property manager. Why is this
What do you want me to do?
Ma'am,
I got those. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all gotta go. Okay, it's done when it's done.
Why are you screaming for?
Do you need anything with me?
I need you to go inside like the past 5 minutes. Goodness gracious. All right, go.
George! Babe! George! What do you want me to do? It's the same place!
So I'm guessing you called for a reason, right?
Told me 24 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you do realize he's here, though, right?
322, 65.
Have you been drinking?
I had a drink.
Okay.
Tattoos all over him. No shirt, gray pants.
Yeah, I have to. He's here.
Other one, tattoos.
Yeah, you can stay right here. You can stay right here. He doesn't know that you call. He doesn't know how to
Another
know
black
it.
male, no prescription, hard QA,
I have to.
3 white females, collecting an area check. What?
Why do you have to? So we left earlier. We respected your wish, I guess. Yeah, we respected your wish.
Hey, but I'm literally begging you, don't.
Yeah.
Something over here. I know. I'm trying to keep you away from there. You're not listening.
No, don't have Rachel come talk to me.
There you go.
George! I'll do whatever I can.
Okay.
George!
What's your name?
Babe, I had no idea.
Jesus Christ.
Babe!
Stop screaming at him. No. Go back inside. Go back inside. Go back inside. Jesus.
Do you need Jesus right now?
I don't. Just go inside and call Mom and Pop.
How is Henry over there talking to him?
Henry's the property manager. Why is this?
What do you want me to do?
Ma'am.
I got clothes. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all gotta go. Okay, it's done when it's done.
Why are you screaming for?
Do you need anything with me?
I need you to go inside. It's not 5 minutes. Goodness gracious. All right, go.
George!
And this is how she helps George. How she helps him with everything. She calls the police, gets him in trouble, picks fights, picks arguments, then tries to take it back and say, look how great I am because I didn't follow through or I didn't want to follow through. Yes, all these horrible things happened to you by my own hand, but I'm the one who tried to help you because I'm trying to make you a better person. And you just know that she used this over him again, being like, I tried everything I could to help you, even though you did this, you did that, and the cycle never ends. It's always a performance. That's why I zoomed in where you can see her fucking curtsying at the end of her performance. Do you need anything else from me? I need you to go inside, like I've said a million times. Let me take a bow after I am confident that I have convinced you I actually give a shit about anything. And then just to put that last little accent, let me scream George's name as if that would do anything, as if that tells him, as if that helps him in any way at all. I bring it up every time we watch it. He is telling you what to do. He says, call Ma and Pa, call his parents. You refused multiple times. You act like you didn't hear it. You tried to ignore it even after the cops told you again and again. George told you again and again. You said, what do you want me to do? Call Ma and Pop. But you can't because then you'd have to explain to them, hi, I just got your son arrested and he needs help. So I am the only one who can help him. And even to this day, I know she still believes in her own warped, alcohol-damaged brain that she's still trying to help him.
That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and
I have no idea.
you were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Okay.
For causing me so much trauma and pain, mentally, physically, emotionally, I had to be hospitalized more than once.
So now it's his fault you had 2 mental breakdowns and had to be hospitalized because of your behavior and mental state. Okay, got it. No responsibility for anything ever at all. Next, she's going to say she was constipated because he scared her. Like everything is his fault.
For destroying my reputation and integrity. For my M for murderer scarlet letter.
Oh, please. George did not ruin your reputation. You ruined it yourself for decades. You had no reputation. You had certain individuals who you were able to manipulate, like the people who gave statements earlier, who said, oh, she was so nice, she helped everyone, she did this, she did that. Not a single person who knew you from that time got on that stand and said that. No one defended your reputation whatsoever. You couldn't even get your brother to say something on your behalf, which gives some indication of how he feels about her and her actions. I mean, at this point, you should have contacted your other brother in jail and see if he would write you, become your little pen pal for a while. But nope, couldn't get a single other family member, friend, acquaintance, or animal that she met or abused or saved from before this time. That Linda said, that is a reputation you built yourself. And the whole gave me my M for murder scarlet letter. What?
Girl, you realize Hester Prynne did cheat, right? I mean, the punishment wasn't, fitting the crime. However, this is very much fitting your crime. You should be forced to wear a scarlet letter M for murderer around your neck all day, every day. People should never forget what you've done. But you're using it in a way to make it sound like you are oppressed, when it is the exact opposite. And matter of fact, you know what? I have a whole list of scarlet letters that you have more than earned. You are an A for an abuser, B for barbaric, C for callous, cruel, conniving, D for deceptive, deranged, despicable, E for egotistical, erratic, evil, F for fraudulent, feral, fractious, as she likes to put it, G for greedy, gruesome, gaudy, H for hateful, heinous, hubristic, J for jealous, jarring, judgmental, K for know-it-all, L for lying, loathsome, lackluster life, M for malicious, malevolent, monstrous murderer, N for nefarious, narcissist, O for obnoxious, oppressive, obtuse, P for petty predator, Q for quarrelsome, R for ruthless, repugnant, remorseless, T for toxic, truculent, treacherous, U for unhinged, unrepentant, and unforgiving, V for vicious, vindictive, villainous, W for whiny, wrathful, and wicked, X for xenophobia with your racist ass, Y is for yapping, yammering, yikes, Z is for zealous zombie. And you've earned absolutely every single one of those letters. I hope you are forced to wear them every day in prison. I hope everyone reminds you every single day of who you are and the reputation you have built yourself.
Not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships, simply go to the bathroom with the door closed, or go to sleep soundly or comfortably.
You're literally searching for things to blame him for, trying to scrape the bottom of the barrel. I don't know how you said this was just the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg, when how could you go even more specific? He made you forgive him, quote unquote, for making you unsafe to live, even though you're alive and he's not. Unsafe to spend time with your son. Melissa said that she only saw George spending time with your son, that you were never outside looking after him, doing anything with him.
And, George was the one I always seen driving the vehicle. George is the one I always seen playing with the child. Never saw Sarah outside playing with her kid, ever. As a matter of fact, most of the time, you would find him riding around the property on his bike unattended. No parents outside, no nothing.
That doesn't sound like George preventing you from spending time with your son. It kind of sounds like he had to spend time with him because you wouldn't. But it's someone else to blame, and it makes you look like not a crap mom, so you're going to keep reinforcing it. You've said all of these things about 100 different ways now, but you have to keep reframing it to make it sound worse and worse. Or use the bathroom with the door closed. Really? Miss, I told you not to step foot in this bedroom, wasn't allowed to use the bathroom with the door closed? Okay. And speaking of, wouldn't let you sleep soundly. Well, we know exactly what it sounds like when you are not allowed to sleep soundly.
Did I not tell you to not bother me? So what is it you come up and do? But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all? That are doing this, like, to me, after I asked you at 1:21 in the morning. I wanted to be asleep. I wanted to stay asleep, which is why I got in the bed at 8:30. I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do?
And that's who you truly are. And that's how you truly acted.
And now you want us to believe that all of these instances where you just helplessly sitting there, just taking the abuse again and again, fearful for your life. No, you try to put yourself in circumstances where the other person is going to explode. And since Brian in the past never exploded on you for the past few decades or what have you, you thought everyone else would react the same. And when George fought back, someone who is twice as small as Brian, doesn't make it right, but still, she was shocked that someone would fight back. And so she kept amping it up, getting arrested, amping up, getting punished, amping up, fighting back, until she tried to beat her victim into submission. And she did. She beat him into a suitcase where he died. As we saw in the video before, she would do anything to make him feel as worse as possible and keep digging down and down and down, lower and lower and lower, until she achieved her result. She achieved her result on that night, saying, I don't love you, I don't like you, I don't want to be with you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
And she achieved victory on the night she murdered him by laughing at him and saying,
Fuck you.
I forgive George for lying, for him trying in so many ways, so many times, to end me with his terrifying love.
Oh, is that the end of your Act 1? Are we about to go to Act 2 of your written statement? Well, that first part, she said her goal was George. And so we've spent probably easily over an hour on just that. This is what she is calling forgiveness. By rehashing and saying the worst things anyone has ever said to them and making every false allegation and claim you can that can't be fact-checked, argued, or anything because he's dead, but you do it without hesitation. And just so we're clear, everyone knows this, but just so we're absolutely clear, this is not how you forgive someone. You do not forgive them by telling them what you are forgiving them for and getting into the specifics and framing it as horribly as you possibly can, because that means you have not forgiven them. That means you are holding on to the animosity, the negative emotions, how it makes you feel, and how you want those actions to be viewed and seen, which means you do still want something to happen to them. You want their reputation to be harmed because you still feel hurt, and that is not forgiveness. Even if it doesn't look like anything, even if it's the smallest gesture, forgiveness is an outward expression of respect, of acknowledgement, or not acknowledging, not talking bad about them, not hounding them, keeping them out of your mouth and away from your life and away from your conversations. That is what true forgiveness looks like. I've had people who have wronged me in the past that it's felt like for years that like nagged on you and just weighed on you. And then once you finally reach that forgiveness step, and it's not saying you erase them from your mind or anything, it just means there's no burden of feeling the weight of their influence, the weight of their harm, the weight of their missing presence or active presence, whatever the situation may be. But the moment you finally are able to forgive someone and truly let go of those emotions, it feels like your chest is breathing for the first time, like everything just dissipated that was weighing you down about that person. That's why they said you need to forgive. And it's always corny, you need to forgive for you, but not for them. But that's the real reason. You don't forgive someone for their enjoyment, for their acknowledgement, for their happiness. You forgive them to take all power and strength away from the bad, the terror, the horror that they've done to you. It allows you to take away any power they had over you with what they've done, release it, and release them. It doesn't mean you'll always forget about them. It means you can reposition them, not as a goal, not as an obelisk or obstacle to overcome in your life, but as a fractured fragment. If we're really going to tie in Kintsugi, forgiveness forms part of who you are, even if it looks like you have a broken piece to begin with. You fuse it together and it's always been a part of the whole self. even if it now looks different, has been transformed, yada, yada, yada. She completely missed the point of all of that, right? But the true sign of forgiveness is feeling nothing towards that person's actions towards you. They always say indifference is worse than hate, because hate is that emotion that keeps them tethered to you. That means they still gotcha. No matter what, they can still get that rise from you. But when you've really forgiven someone and when you've really moved on, I take that as an amen from Linda and a cue to tie this in a bow. Once you've truly forgiven someone, nothing they do for the rest of their life matters to you. Everything George ever did in his entire life is now consuming Sarah. It is everything she thinks about constantly, because she needs to blame those actions on why she is in the position she is in. So she will never forgive him. She can't. She doesn't know what forgiveness actually looks like. She just knows she's supposed to say the word forgiveness. But that was Act 1. That was her big defying gravity number. She took absolutely everything she possibly could out on him and just did something that was truly wicked. And now she's going to move on to her next victim, because she's what? Vindictive. And I've always said that's exactly who and what she is.
I also forgive the Torres family, his mother and father foremost, also his 2 ex-wives and daughters, all for knowing who George was capable of and has done in the past, his history of violence and where he learned it, then to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help.
Well, that is an opening to Act 2. That sure is. Just goodness. Of course, it's the family. Of course. How many times has she called them killers? How many times has she basically stalked, assaulted, defamed, slandered that family?
Who's that?
Just like I told the other sheriff, they're gonna come and call me.
Okay. If you,
I want you to know that. Look.
if you're in fear, are you talking about
Yes.
family?
Yes.
Okay. So
I want you to know, I am full blown. They're gonna come and kill me.
go down to the courthouse, okay, and get an injunction against them. Okay, did you get the pamphlet for the victim's rights pamphlet? Okay, so you know that there's a place where you can
They're
go tonight?
going to come and kill me.
Okay.
I'm afraid.
So when he contacts you 3 days ago, why don't you call the police? Knowing that he's not supposed to be contacting you. Why are you doing that? I would love that.
His whole family despises me. I'm afraid.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does. Basically, a dead woman. Scrambling. Playing hide and seek. I don't know if I talked to you or, like, I have, like, serious concerns. Like, who do I talk to about that?
About what?
With his family. Like, I have genuine concerns, especially with him having my son up here. I'm fearful of his family.
Why?
They don't like me. They have never liked me. It's a bad situation, especially with this now. So I want you to know, and I'm telling you, I have genuine concerns about his family.
Okay.
I'm telling you, personally, honestly, I am scared. Like, who do I need to talk to about his family? Like I'm afraid to link you now.
I will wait. I will wait until the detectives come and talk to you, and you could discuss that with them. Okay.
Tell the detectives.
Yes.
He said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. I'm just telling you, like,
this is gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am afraid for my life. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me.
And so
they're going to kill me.
Okay, well.
Do they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me. His kids are going to kill me in Philadelphia. They're going to kill me. This was not intentional.
Okay.
And they're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
Well, we will take leave here, okay?
And
When
my
we leave.
9-year-old.
Well, he's at school. He's with your husband.
I know. Well,
ex-husband.
okay, Mom. He won't call. He whoever it is without telling me, right?
No.
I mean, I have all their phone
And we're
numbers.
not calling, we're not making phone calls. We're actually going to speak to them in person.
Yeah.
We
That'll be
are.
later
They're
on.
going to, okay.
It'll
You'll
be
know
later.
prior to us making any
I'm
contact.
not going to be here.
Okay.
They're going to kill me.
Okay.
I'm really scared. I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Look around. You have all these deputies here, so while we're here, nothing's going to happen to you. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do.
So, like, do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow? We have to. It's the law.
We have to go and make contact with you.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what do you just tell him? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason as to why?
We tell them what we know at that point.
Yeah.
We tell them the truth.
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that
They're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family. Unforgiving, I'll say that. Where they've never accepted me. And everybody in his family has tried to kick my ass. So, especially his sister. He had to pull her off me one time.
Because then we're like,
and then his ex-wife in Philadelphia.
Well, she's in Philadelphia, but yes.
Shoot. There's going to be a funeral. I don't even know what to tell you.
So that's what I was going to ask you. So are you all updating his parents today, or when you get final whatevers?
What does it matter what we tell his parents? What do you mean?
Because
we're gonna talk with them.
Yeah.
okay,
I mean, I have to.
but it's going to come down to me.
What do you mean?
Right. So it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not. So what is it you would tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay. So it's whatever
Well,
bruise,
here's the thing.
whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing
Was
to
it
do.
yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday?
Or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which it's not going to happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral? How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then
It'll be released to the next of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them, they're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell them? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell them?
I don't think it really matters what we're going to tell the parents.
Oh yeah, it is. It's fuel to the fire.
Again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office. That's public record. So eventually, like, this all will come out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not.
Matters, honey.
You're making it sound like we're going to tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation.
No.
So let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen. Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
You tell your son he's not welcome here, taken off the lease and bound, worthless. Don't show his ugly, fucked up face around here again. Police will be called. Ask him if it was worth it, and ride my bike he has. Stay Hispanic, that's what you all are.
Innumerable amount of times, never ending. It is her favorite pastime. and trying to say where he learned it. We want to know where you learn these behaviors, but we can't find out. Why? Because your daddy dead. Dead as hell. That mama is in the grave, dead and gone. The grandpa, the grandmother, the grandfather, the granduncles, the aunts, the nieces, the nephews, apparently all of them gone. Itachi'd the fuck out. They no longer exist in this realm of existence, in this plane of reality, so we can't figure out how you became the way you are. Yet you dare hold George's family responsible for his alleged actions. I do not hold anyone in your family responsible or indicative of the person you became, and honestly, envious of them for them not having to see the product of their lineage. First and foremost, let's just start off. No one has an obligation to save you from your relationship. Sorry, they just don't. They can help you, they can offer resources, they can try to support you the way they can, and people should. No one has that obligation. If you are consensually in that relationship, it is still no one else's responsibility to fix your situation for you. You say you go to them for all of this help. They are not the ones there to help you. Go to the police. Oh wait, you did that 16 times on the phone, probably a million more times in your mind for sure. But just you were in constant contact with resources that could have gotten you away from him, that did separate you from each other, and you still went and got him every single time. He never once ran and got you. He had nowhere to get you. He had nowhere to bring you back. So it was either always you taking him back in or you actively going to go get him. And both his ex-wives, how on earth are they responsible for you killing George? You should never even be in contact with the ex-wives. No wonder they hate you. Why on earth would they want to talk to you? They don't owe you anything. You knew what George was capable of because you brought it out of him. You formed him into the violent abuser you accused him of being. And of course you want to throw out there, has done in the past, even though they have told us, they have gone out and said he did not do the things you are accusing him of doing. Yes, they had their own issues. Yes, I'm sure things got crazy at times. I don't know what that looks like. That is for them to discuss or not to discuss. Either way, they do disprove what you say. And how are you going to tell them what happened in their life? Versus the woman who has lied about everything and blames everyone around them but themselves, including sisters and daughters. It's his children's responsibility to keep you away. You already said so many times the family does not like you. They do not want you with him. And that he chooses you over them. How is it their fault if they have made it known they do not want him with you? They have taken him back after you kicked him out a million times, brought him back a million more times, to where they made the ultimatum of it's either you stay here and away from her for good, that would be taking him away from you, thus helping you, or he doesn't listen to them and goes back over there with you, and now you have to deal with it.
I have, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him out.
I know.
The next day.
I know. I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lou was in the car, just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap in, just throwing it, like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is he pursues me.
Because they're not doing this back and forth anymore, which she was so accustomed to. She loved it. She loved the idea and the ability to kick him out and bring him back any single time, day, or hour she wanted. And if you didn't do it, say goodbye to that birth certificate, because she's going to fuck you up and you are going to listen to what she has to say, or else she will ramp it up to such an extreme letter to where you can't ignore her and have to give in.
I don't have your shit, Sarah. I need my birth certificate. Owner to Mom Jorge, I don't give a shit either. I worked for that birth certificate, voter's registration, and your ID card. Just because your name is on them doesn't make them yours. Even paid for them. I needed you to be a man and take care of me, not beat me, call me names, and make me feel like I'm not a person. Not giving back until I have mine. Owner to Mom Jorge, I beat you to the punch. Want to do the dartboard with me? Come. Owner to Mo, I know you won't answer, Mo. Tell him to come finish the dartboard with me, please. I miss him. Ask Jorge to call me, please, when he gets a minute. Can you have Jorge call me, please, when he gets a chance, if he's with you? Hello? Can you please have Jorge call me? Willing to give back. Don't know if he's there or at parents. Really want to see him. Not pursuing after 12 o'clock. Ever again. Please call. Come over. I'll come get you. Come over, please. I need a super hug. Hugs? Please. Need. You. All up to you now, big boy. Look what you made me do. Or maybe your mom will for you. Response, wow, that's really childish. Owner to Mom Jorge, but effective. Mom Jorge to owner, yeah, I see what you are doing. Did you leave? Owner to Mom Jorge, I'm watching shadows. Be gone for good. Minus birth certificate. Mom Jorge to owner, I love you. Owner to Mom Jorge, I'm going out at 8. Get dressed. I've given you since noon. Peace out, Boy Scout.
And that's what she's doing right now to the family. There is nothing more she could do to the family worse than what she is doing right now. She has no other power but the pure vitriol and venom in her words, and she is unleashing every single one of them on them and calling it forgiveness and trying to embarrass them by airing out their dirty laundry as if we're supposed to look at them different and look at you as better. Because speaking for 95% of people here, it didn't work. We don't see them differently. We don't see you differently. If anything, we hold more compassion for them, knowing the beratement and the chaos that one individual had brought to their family member who they desperately loved, who we heard genuine, real, honest, kind words from, who couldn't even get through their statements because they were overcome with genuine emotions and feelings towards George. You've shown none of it. You have not shown a single emotion past the most surface level, monotone expression. None of this matters to you. You're not even scared, sitting there knowing that in a few hours you will be sentenced up to a minimum of 22.5 years. On the lowest end, where you're supposed to be sitting up there asking him, please give me the lowest minimum required. And what do you do with your last chance to save yourself? You use it to take one more jab at every single person who has ever wronged you. I'm shocked you haven't brought up Brian yet. I mean, he has nothing to do with this, but I'm just shocked you haven't brought him up, even to use him as a crutch or anything. But whatever, you are a miserable human being. And there's a reason why no one wants to continue helping you, and there's a reason why you have burned every bridge in your life.
All of his siblings, including Pharrell Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side of her head. For everyone who knew what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled.
You allowed and enabled it. You allowed and enabled it every time you pushed and pushed and pushed and brought him back and chained him to you and berated and assaulted and attacked, belittled, and everything in between. But yet his reactions towards your violence and abusive behavior is infinitely worse than what you've done to him. I don't know, kill him in one of the most torturous ways imaginable. I knew you were going to bring this thing up about Pharrell. Because you can't not, right? You called them murderers so many times. Now one of their family members turned out to be one, so that just proved everything right? You've been calling them murderers for probably around 7 years now, and he committed a murder this year. Not justifying this, we'll put a pin in that and we'll get there in a second. However, you were a murderer first. Miss Sarah Catherine Paulsen.
He's escaping! The killer is escaping! Help me!
You are the blueprint. You said he's on his way to prison. You first. You will reach prison before he does, because his trial hasn't even started. And when he's found guilty, he will rot in prison as well, and you will be right there next to him. Metaphorically, not literally. But maybe you'll be able to feel each other's aura, each other's just spiteful, evil energy radiating throughout Florida. I don't know. Just, of course, she brings this up as if it changes anything. Does it make Pharrell look bad? Yeah, and it should. Does it make the Torres family look bad? No, and it shouldn't. Why? Because this has nothing to do with anything. You killed George 4.5 years before Pharrell became a murderer. So the two things don't line up or intersect whatsoever. You never said Pharrell did anything to you. You did say one of the brothers, I don't know which one, did defend you and beat him up into a bloody pulp because of the lies that you spread. And maybe it wasn't lies, but the statements that you inflated in order to get the biggest reaction possible from everyone surrounding you. Because it was never that he just hit you. It's that he ragdolled you, beaten the fuck up. That's what she said when she got kicked in the face from strangling him. She said he ragdolled her, threw her around.
When I say ragdoll, do you know what that is?
I know what a ragdoll is.
Oh man, I was ragdolled.
Okay, but I need
you. In the face.
Okay, I need you to elaborate. Like,
it was bad.
Okay, elaborate, Miss Sarah. I need you to tell me exactly what happened so I can help you.
My heart is like, I don't want him to get in trouble, but fuck, I'm tired of being beaten up. Dragging me down the stairs. I went upstairs, tried to get in the bed. I just wanted to go to sleep. I just wanted to go to sleep. I just wanted to go to sleep. I didn't make it to the bed. He caught me in the upstairs.
Like in the hallway?
Beating the fuck up. That's all I can say.
Okay, what do you mean? Like, I see your eye. What you said? He kicked you in the eye.
That's what this is. That's what this foot.
Were you?
Yes.
Right here.
Go get him. Please put the fear of the police.
So you don't want to press charges? Okay. Hands behind your back.
For what?
For battery domestic?
Me?
Both of you. You two hitting each other.
This is for real?
This is for real.
Why am I in trouble though?
Because of
Why
the
am
marks
I in
he has all on his neck and the inconsistencies
That's
of
me
the story.
fighting back. Why? Because I fucking fought back?
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
Beating the F up. That's why she couldn't tell an actual story. So you mean to tell me she wouldn't overinflate and blow it up in front of his family and anyone else? Melissa said that she had no problem telling that he hit her in front of him.
And instances that I've had with him, I've never seen a mark on George, and he's never told me that she's hit her at all. Okay. But she has told me in front of him that he has hit her and things that he's done, and he was not denying it. He never denied it.
What's always bothered me about her characterization of that is I never saw a mark on him, and he never told me that she hit him, but she has told me that he hit her and he did not deny it, meaning he is guilty. Makes no sense whatsoever. It tracks completely the opposite. Victims do not come forward all the time. Abusers will come forward just to counteract any victim narratives that would surface. So I bet she does feel confident going up and telling everyone everything about all the abuse that she suffered right next to her violent abuser. You know, what all abuse victims feel comfortable doing. telling on their abuser in public in front of them to people of authority. Something so natural, correct? No. It is something an abuser would do, to shove it in their face. Oh, I beat you down 1,000,000 times and you retaliated? I'm going to tell everyone that you hit me. See, you did this to me. It doesn't matter what I did to you. All that matters is you retaliated, so you attacked me, even though I was sitting there saying nothing, doing nothing.
I thought that I'm like, feed the beast, go outside and smoke a cigarette with him.
Okay.
Try to calm things down. Well, the whole time I was there saying nothing. Nothing. I was called names.
Okay. So you guys were smoking a cigarette, and he was calling you names, being verbally aggressive with you. Verbally abusive.
Before that, where I'm like, I don't want to get hit anymore. So I'm just going to go downstairs and smoke a cigarette with him to try to calm him down.
Okay. So you're saying, okay, I'm trying to get a timeline of things. So start
is what she says every time. I don't think she's ever admitted to doing anything within an altercation to make it worse, start it, elevate it, what have you. It's always, I was fighting back, trying to save my life. Or I was sleeping and he just began wailing on me. Just so annoying. And it's like, coming from the family you come from, I wouldn't be talking about anyone else's family. Isn't your brother in jail for having sex with a minor? I mean, if you want to air it all out, let's air out everyone's family's business. Every recorded member of your family has something that doesn't smell right. Except for the Marine brother, because we don't know anything about him. But you and your other sibling have a lot in common. However, he's going to get out of jail before you do. Because you won't. Meaning you are the worst child the Paulsen lineage has to offer. And you are proving that title correct. You earned that title right then and there. So, pedophile brother, good for you. You somehow made it to second position because you didn't kill nobody at least. It's just so annoying. I know I'm talking in circles. How many times I've been talking in circles this whole time, mainly because all of her arguments circle back. Oh my gosh, vacuuming is so loud. But to tie this in a bow, everyone knew what you were doing to him and what happened to you as a result of that. They tried to get him away, and now you're mad because you killed him, and now you want to place the blame on everyone else. You want to call him a monster, saying he did it to himself. He is the reason you zipped him up in there. He is the reason you didn't unzip them. He is the reason you pulled your phone out and documented like you love to do. He is the reason you laughed at him. He is the reason you shushed him. And he is the reason you went upstairs and fell asleep. He did all of those things to you, according to you. And then in the same breath, the family is also responsible for not stopping you from murdering him, in essence. And that's why anything other than a life sentence would be a slap in the face for someone as remorseless and ruthless and narcissistic as you. Again, I always say this, I hate overusing the word narcissism because I think it's misused so many times. Just so you know, anyone who's controlling and manipulative and self-centered in your life does not mean they are a narcissist. It means they are controlling, manipulative, and self-centered. However, this is a textbook case of narcissism, narcissistic abuse. This is what a narcissistic abuser looks like. Someone who is completely self-absorbed to a sense where they can't think outside of themselves, even if they tried. It takes a lot of therapy, a lot of recognition, and a lot of behavioral changes in order to recognize those behaviors, the harm they cause, and to make steps towards correcting those behaviors. She hasn't acknowledged a single issue she has. She thinks right now she should be released from prison and would be a productive, active, and non-dangerous member of society. She is a violent murderer, malicious killer, disgusting human being, and borderline animal. Like, she borders on this inhuman territory of how could someone feel so little for other humans? and that family did the best they could to protect him.
So
you guys know that there's domestic between the two?
Between them, and I told them, get out of there, get out of there. I would tell them leave. And what's crazy is that he would leave, come here, and she would call and tell him to come back, and she would come and get him.
Want to do the dartboard with me? Come. I know you won't answer, Mo. Tell him to come finish the dartboard with me, please. I miss him. Ask Jorge to call me, please, when he gets a minute. Can you have Jorge call me, please, when he gets a chance, if he's with you? Hello? Can you please have Jorge call me? Willing to give back. Don't know if he's there or at parents. Really want to see him. Not pursuing after 12 o'clock. Ever again. Please call. Come over. I'll come get you. Come over, please. I need a super hug. Hugs? Please, need. You. All up to you now, big boy. Look what you made me do. Or maybe your mom will for you. Response, wow, that's really childish, but effective. Mom Jorge to owner, yeah, I see what you are doing. I'm watching shadows, be gone for good, minus birth certificate. Mom Jorge to owner, I love you. Owner to Mom Jorge, I'm going out at 8. Get dressed. I've given you since noon. Peace out, Boy Scout.
I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in bed at night the uneasy question, what could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the times Sarah tried to, by asking for help from all of us and so many times.
She loves adding unnecessary repetition as though that makes the point stronger, and that's how you know we've departed from ChatGPT. I think she used ChatGPT or AI to write the Kitsugi part, and then the parts that have just railed into unhinged chaos and disarray are all her words. And she's like, how they could have stopped this from how many times she reached out, and so many times. And the same thing with the I was like a cartoon who saw stars white with a lump on my head. I had that too, and many times. As though the many times adds even more, because there always has to be a little punch up, because she knows what she's saying is bull and that you won't believe her unless she amps it up to the nth degree. And I bet you are jealous of how they sleep every night in their own bed, comfortable, temperature controlled, by themselves or with other people. They get to control how they live their life, and you don't. And trust me, they spend every night thinking how they could have saved him. They don't care about you. They don't care about saving both of you. You try to slip that in there as though they're supposed to. No one gives an F about you. You have given them no reason to. Your son doesn't even care about you anymore. I mean, that's a lie. I'm sure he does. But he's sick of you, as are everyone else. Your ex is sick of you. Your dead ex are sick of you bringing and dragging his name through the mud. Like, let that man rest in peace. But you can't, and this is what true abusers do. They beat down on their victims again and again. Honestly, she's going to speak ill of him until she dies herself, and wonders why she has brought so much hatred and vitriol upon herself. I forgive them for caring too late. They never wanted him around you. That's why they didn't like you. That's why they didn't accept you. And that's why you're mad they didn't like you.
They're going to know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that they're going to think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family.
And I get it. Deep down, she's mad because her family's dead. And so she thought that she could reconnect with this family. And I'm sure the Boones don't like her either. I am made to feel like a chore, burden, and pest. I am not welcomed. Like life is better without me. Everything is one-sided. My son never met my parents, grandparents, aunt or uncles, deceased. Never knew my family. He only knows the Boones, who viciously slander me, his mother. behind my back, have perpetually made me the dumb black sheep and continuously plot my demise together. They've poisoned my son and pitted him against me since day one, when I was just 9 days into my incarceration. Former husband took it upon himself to make the egregious decision to tell him I would be gone and he wouldn't see me for 25 years or longer of his little life. And so she's felt multiple familial rejections. And then that other family she picked a fight with. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember when she accused George's friend who lived in the apartment complex, who has a big family, who has like 4 other apartments there that he used to hang out with? Sarah accused his friend of SAing her, completely ruining that relationship, causing a huge blow up where she picked a fight with this whole ass family.
But yeah, you didn't see Sarah at all. The only time I ever saw her, especially after the incident that took place with Emmett and his ex-girlfriend.
Who is Emmett and his ex-girlfriend? Did someone bring them up before? Are these people that I don't know or something? There's another incident? Okay.
It was more like a confrontation that took place in the office. She made an accusation on Emmett saying that he was trying to forcefully, like, I don't want to say rape, but he was trying to push himself on her.
On Sarah?
On Sarah. She made that claim.
Some tenant? A different
Yeah,
tenant?
another tenant that knew George from Philly. And they confronted the two of them. I will say Sarah held her ground when the girl confronted her and asked her and said, don't lie to my face. And Sarah said, yeah, he did, So I was surprised because she knew that girl was over butt. And she's larger than me. So, I was like, oh my gosh, okay, well, maybe there's some truth to that. But it ended up, just fizzling out. It was no big deal. After that situation took place, you really didn't see Sarah too much. She was pretty intimidated. Those two folks are actually a pretty large family that I have living here on site that actually took up 4 units at that time. So the whole family lived here. It's a little intimidating.
She sure does like to pick fights with full-ass families. Why don't you leave these people alone? And then backs away when it's like, oh, y'all are mad? Oh, okay.
So after that, we really didn't see a whole lot of her.
But before that, they would hang out periodically, you said.
The other two families, no. They just knew each other from back in the day.
Oh, the couple did?
The kids did.
Kids?
Yes, that's what initially prompted it, and then that accusation was made during that same time.
Okay.
So.
Did it happen? Didn't it happen? I'm more inclined to believe that it didn't because I don't believe a thing she says anymore, like, at all. I am always going to believe survivors, whoever the abuser is. That is something that I hold close to me. However, when you have proven yourself to be an unreliable narrator and an abuser yourself, I will, must, and am questioning everything. Who gains from the lie? Who gains from the knowledge being expressed? She gained. Why? She caused a schism in one of his few relationships that were outside of her. So he didn't even have other friends in the complex. All the time she'd kick him out and do this and do that. Maybe, I have no idea, maybe he would go to talk to them sometimes. Maybe he would try to hang out with them and she didn't like that. She wanted full control over his romantic, social life, familial life, financial life, everything. So of course, accusing another family of abusing you only helps you in the end, and it allows you to fulfill the self-fulfilling prophecy of everyone's against me, all of the families are just evil and so mean to me. It is not their responsibility to protect you. That is your family's job. Your Marine brother didn't want to be involved. Your other distant relatives. I'm sorry, I just don't believe you don't have any other family alive whatsoever. I said this in past videos, you better get on Ancestry DNA. You better reach out. You love writing letters. Write them to all your family saying, hey, my dearest beloved, I would like to rekindle with you because I have absolutely no one. Please ignore the dead body in the suitcase and try to understand who I am as a person. And then you'll care for me. I don't care for anyone else, but I need and expect everyone to care for me. They cared too late. Oh, please. You're saying that if they had cared earlier, you wouldn't have killed him? She really wants this to be a situation of self-defense? Because what she's saying would read different if there was an altercation, he was coming after her, and maybe she shot him and killed him. This would make more sense. How could you not warn me? You knew he would keep getting violent and more violent. You knew these altercations kept happening. We got in a physical fight one time, and this just happened. It wasn't intentional, it just happened. That is more in line with battered spouse. You torturing and relishing and killing someone slowly and intentionally is not that. No one could have prevented you from doing what you did, besides you. And the other thing, she keeps saying, I forgive, I forgive, I forgive, and she's going to keep doing this, I imagine, because she desperately needs us and anyone to need her forgiveness, because no one needs her forgiveness. No one cares if they forgive her. Miss Sarah Catherine Paulsen.
He's escaping! The killer is escaping! Help me!
Has no idea who I am, but if she ever did, and she held hatred towards me because of whatever, I would never in my life need forgiveness from her. She needs it from us. She can't function inside without that forgiveness, which is why she's lecturing and scolding us to forgive her, because we're terrible people if we don't forgive her, because she's been through hoping that that undoes the trial that revealed you for the animal you truly are. No one cares if you forgive them.
Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning.
Look, y'all, it's our turn. We are Act 3. We are also responsible for her killing her boyfriend. It's us now. Social media condemned her by anticipation. You damn right. Why? Because we saw the video. You live in some gaslit, delusional, Delulu Nation world where seeing a video of you laughing at a dying man does not, in fact, make you guilty. And you're mad people saw it and then see you as guilty. Now that we've transitioned out of the big, heavy stuff, more or less, I won't be pulling up as many receipts so that we can just get through this because, yeah. So now I'm just making general comments of, yeah, social media condemned you because you're guilty. And guess what? You were found guilty.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree.
And yes, there was definite anticipation, and it delivered in 6 days. This wasn't, I swear, she thinks this was the Karen Reed trial. That was 10 weeks, 70 plus witnesses, and ended in a mistrial because it was just all over the place. Actually, it wasn't that all over the place, but you know, that thin blue line. Anyway, her case was not that whatsoever. It was the most clear-cut case ever. And then want to frame us as an organized crime ring. You realize you're the actual criminal, right? For the rest of your life, you are a murderous killer criminal. Linda just added a little toot toot to agree and that we can move on.
My family law case is the new prey waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me being made infamous by social media in my criminal case.
Sure is. Sure is, and we've already read a whole bunch of letters here on this channel, so go ahead and check those out after this one because it's a mess. She has the exact same behaviors, exact same word choices, except in this case, Brian is abusing her nonstop and to infinitum. So there is no court case and no court system where she is not the victim, which just makes all of this even more laughable.
It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward.
You haven't forgiven anyone, though. Paulina Plain did not hear an apology whatsoever, not even a little one. You haven't forgiven a single person, as evidenced by how you are attacking everyone, pulling up everyone's dirty laundry, saying how much they've harmed you, how much they did this. You think just saying at the end, I forgive you, means that all of the nasty vitriolic delivery and just way that you are spreading this misinformation and lies in order to make yourself seem better and everyone else seem worse somehow equates to forgiveness. So no, you cannot quote unquote forgive and just be forgiven because you have not forgiven anyone. Why on earth do you deserve forgiveness when you are doing this to people? When you say us talking about your case is being abusive, is prejudging you, and you're basically saying we're worse than a murderer to you, that our talking the case is doing more damage than what you did to George. I can't stand that. She's like, I already said I'm sorry. Why can't you just forgive me and move on? I mean, it was just George. No one should care about his life anyway. That's the subtext to all of this. She thinks his life has no value and that her life has overvalue to the point where it should cancel it out. She is saying, look, I survived. Look how bad of a person he was. Yes, he died by my hand maliciously, but that doesn't matter. I'm the one who's alive right now, meaning I'm the only one that matters. And you're actually being a big old meanie for making me suffer the consequences of my own actions.
Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. What's up? What's up?
So no, until you actually learn what the word forgiveness means, and not just a word that you use to make other people try to forgive you, then no, you can't just quote unquote forgive and be forgiven and move on. Some people will never move on from this. I know you have, because he meant nothing to you, absolutely nothing. But he meant other things to many other people, way more than you.
Social media has made me a pariah. It has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced, successful conclusion was heavily depleted and poisoned. I forgive them.
Girl, you made yourself a pariah by being a terrible human being, by writing all of these letters. You realize no one would have cared or been drawn attention to your case truly until the trial happened if you did not write these letters. These were of your own doing. You insulted everyone in creation within these letters, 16 plus, and now you're mad that society feels some kind of way about it. And also, you keep saying manipulated this, made it like difficult for this or that. You realize y'all had a voir dire for a reason. You asked all of these jurors, have you seen anything on this case? Do you have any conflicts that would make it hard for you to be impartial and to look at the facts of the matter of this case and to give a neutral decision based off of the evidence that you receive and what you interpret from it? In Florida, they were only looking for 6 people. This isn't like the traditional or stereotypical 12-person jury, not in this case for second-degree murder. There were 6 individuals. You want us to believe that they couldn't find 6 people who had not been tainted in all of Orange County, Florida. 6 people. And that the media had ruined all of it. Meaning the media pre-tainted them. Because here's the wild thing to me, and people do this a lot when it's a popular trial of everyone saw this, it was tainted. Okay, even if they saw it, even if it was tainted, when it was presented in trial, that should have reframed it the original way or the correct way, right? That's what your lawyers were there to do, to show your evidence in the light most favorable to you and your cause. They played the videos. You sound like a monster because you are a monster, and the jury concluded that you are one. So don't be mad that people actually listened and watched your actions and behaviors and now are holding up a mirror and you can't stand the sight you see.
Also, all of the media tycoons for not having a life of their own. Trying so desperately to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment, ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' misfortunes, accidents, and catastrophes. It's all over their hands and their keyboards.
Ooh, burn. She got you, didn't she? Y'all, she has drained the life from me. I've never felt my spoons plummet this quickly before. Because, wow, who are these media tycoons? Just no names? Okay. Blood over the keyboards. The only thing over my keyboards might be a few crumbs from the Pringles I had earlier, but I cleaned up, so I'm going to say no to that as well. She really wants us to be murderers like she is. And so she equates the shame she feels, one individual person, to murdering someone and having blood all over our hands and keyboards and taking blood money. What? Girl, this is not the genocide in the Congo, right? Kids are not mining for Miss Sarah Paulsen's secrets in order to make cell phones, right? Like, it's not actually blood money. You are a news topic cycle just like every other viral thing, and you will disappear just like every other viral thing.
And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed, in my case, still no one knows me.
Not the blaspheme. Y'all, we have blasphemed against our Lord and Savior, Miss Sarah Catherine Paulsen.
He's escaping! The killer is escaping! Help me!
I did not realize she has been deified and reached sainthood status, our holy mother of forgotten suitcases. I'm just not shocked by anything anymore. Of course, I'm short-circuiting because she believes that, right? She believes we have blasphemed against her and still no one knows her. I guess we know now. I guess we know she is a holy figure in her mind. But also, no one has to know you. This is not the trial to get to know Sarah Catherine Paulsen. This is the trial to punish you for murdering George Torres. The goal of all of this was not to get to know you. It was to understand why you committed such an evil and heinous act against another human who you claim to love. Had loved.
In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, and outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, for being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence and that the vicious cycle of never ends. I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse.
Ding, 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 ding. And this is it. This is the crux of who Sarah Catherine Paulsen is. This is who she is. This is the foundation for her abusive behaviors, why she thinks she should get away with murder, and how she does not understand why everyone is upset that she just happened to kill George. Because she has held the firm belief, I was raised that hitting a woman should never happen. Oh my gosh. I hate this ideology from abusive women so much. I was raised this way too, and I believe that way, within a caveat. My own personal belief is never striking a woman. However, you're not there to let yourself get hit. I was always taught that you can repel, push away, or restrain to stop from getting harmed. You know, you meet with appropriate force, not escalating nor being the original assailant. Linda asked if she could tag in real quick. I said, it's okay. I'll call you in. I'll call you in when I need a roundhouse kick. But she's on retainer, just so we are aware. Yeah, this whole never hit a woman thing, wild to me. I do firmly believe that to my core in general. However, this is such a toxic belief that has allowed many violent, abusive women to get away with these behaviors. And when I say violent, abusive women, I'm not saying women in general are violent or abusive, but of the percentage that are, this is a humongous
talking point and a humongous shield of, well, it doesn't matter if I hit you because I'm not actually hurting you. And that was Amber Heard's same justification of, you're bigger than me. I didn't punch you. I was just hitting you. I didn't actually harm you. And it is that very toxic belief of I can hit but not get hit back that allows these things to escalate and escalate and escalate to where I should be able to knock you out, hit you with anything, spit in your face, claw you up. But as soon as you hit me back, I'm calling the police because this should never happen. No excuse. She thinks she should be allowed to talk to people the way that she talked to people in those videos, hit people the way that she hit people in the past. Leave scratch marks, claw marks, getting them into other fights with other people, and nothing happens to them. No excuse. Well, fun fact, there's no excuse for killing someone. I was raised that killing someone was wrong and should never happen. No excuse. Now, I had to pause myself because I went on a long rant that is unnecessary at this moment in time because we need to get through this video. But in short, the man we saw curled in the fetal position does not look like to me that he was the one who went after her unprovoked. It sounds like anytime they got into a physical altercation, it's because she got physical first. And that may not be true, but the evidence we see and the presentations that we see between the two makes more sense to me than not. Because I'll respect you all day, every day, but if you come at me sideways, clawing and scratching, I'm going to have to hit you with that almighty push.
Almighty push.
You know, just meet her with appropriate force.
I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home and car. Having 20/20 hindsight thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since.
And honestly, I think she does think about it every day. I don't think at any point does she think that she should have let him out of the suitcase or that she should have done anything differently. I think she thinks, how could I have made him be better? How could I have changed him or forced him not to make my life worse, but to make it perfect, better, and for me to have full control without actually changing anything about my own behaviors? So I'm glad you forgive yourself for that, because your own forgiveness is about the only forgiveness you got right now.
Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time. If not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me with so many times before.
So now y'all didn't even have good days. Good days for him at least, while I'm in terror all the time. You know, because every video showed me in genuine terror and not in maniacal laughter or control or just anger and control. But what about all the times you keep saying it's a great day, it's a wonderful, it's a good day?
We were having a really good day, and we went across the street to Muldoon's, and everything was good and fine and dandy, and...
Fine and dandy? Does that sound familiar?
Well, he's been here for days. No, he hasn't been here for days, and you guys haven't been getting along all fine and good.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I wouldn't call
Everything
it fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from. So happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. He and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, but I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But that's after being playful.
But no one's
And
laughing.
having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everybody's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day. The laughing matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
All
video.
day. All
Not by
day.
that video. That
All
part
day.
wasn't.
It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well.
So you're lying all those times too? When aren't you lying? I mean, why am I acting like this isn't a lie as well? Why am I shocked now that we're almost 3.5 hours into this? I promise I'm trying to let her speak. It's just, Never had a good day.
I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster, and no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved him, hoped, and forgave. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside.
You can forgive yourself all you want all day, every day, but you are the monster in this relationship. Don't get anything twisted. Don't ever in your mind let you have a moment or a modicum of self-doubt when I tell you, you are the monster in this relationship. You are the one who threatened his life multiple times with your actions. You're saying he threatened your life. You're saying you have injuries. None of your injuries were life-threatening whatsoever. You're saying that the stab wound in the back of your leg that you referred to as poking in the back of the leg that you did have to go to the hospital for, that you were bleeding out, I think that might have been the most severe injury, and it's contested on how that even happened. The other bruises and injuries, not good, not great, were not life-threatening. Nowhere near in this degree that you threatened his life constantly. You terrorized him constantly. You are a terror, a nightmare. And honestly, something most monsters strive for. Most monsters have levels. They have limits. They have lines that they won't even cross. But you don't. You'll say anything and then say you're still the victim. It's almost sad, like almost sad, to see how far a human can fall. But it's the reality. And there are other people in the world who are just like her, and they are the most dangerous individuals among us. Someone who could take someone's life and still say they are the victim and that it is the other person's fault. With that nasty old thin lip grin, just, ugh. And you didn't see who he was inside. You never forgave him because you're not forgiving him now. You're calling him a literal monster. How can you forgive someone when you are saying they are a monster, and I forgive myself for loving a disgusting creature such as George? And that is truly why you got a life sentence. Because of statements like these, because of mindsets like these, and you will spend every single year of your life in jail wondering how you are still being victimized by the whole world. Maybe when you're 98 and on your death cell bed, something will finally click and you're like, oh, maybe I am the cause of my own suffering. But the time that it will take you to finally realize that, and the time to finally express that genuine remorse, you will have lost all time with anyone who could have cared for you after this. Because the only people who like you now are the ones who believe your lies, not the ones who have actually had to experience you and witness you for the horror that you truly are.
George made me then, now, and always love him for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be.
I'm guessing that's her saying that his death is just another crack in the art piece that was their lives. Leave that man alone. You can't say you loved/hated him. You were together/always apart, and that you didn't want to be there, but you always wanted to be there. You loved him, but you hated him. You are never-ending contradiction that no one can ever believe because there's not a single truth in any of the lies you tell.
In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am, endlessly, and that I never stopped loving him. In all of it and still.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters, apologizing for asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send.
Oh, and there it is again. Calling the family killers, blaming the family and her son for being the reason why she's a crap person. Of course you wrote letters to George, and of course you wrote letters to the family, and just decided not to send in fear that they would take you or your son's life. The way she paints this family is so disgusting beyond belief that I have no problem whatsoever making fun of her because her family's dead. I'm not making fun of them, and I'm not making fun of the family that is living. I'm making fun of her and her reliance on either familial hatred or familial love and the entitlement that she thinks she has to it from other families that aren't her own, and the lengths she'll go to inflict pain on them if she feels wrong or slighted by them. This is stuff you work out in therapy, okay? Not to lash out on any other family in your orbit just because they don't want to accept you as their own. I get it. You've lost a lot of family members. That sucks. And unfortunately, it happens to many people throughout the world. They go through their own trials, find their own way to cope and own way to heal without harming everyone around them and spiting every family around them just because others have what they feel they are lacking. And that's how this all reads to me. And I gotta just reinforce, my son, I'm a mother. All of this is happening to a mother. And I have always been thinking about the protection of his life, which is why I have used his name non-stop in such a in her mind, a globally visible case that has tons of publicity, tons of negative publicity towards her, and that anyone she lists, even by name, is at risk of being harassed. She drops that name constantly. She will not keep him out of her mouth in any attempts to protect him. But no, sending it to this family means they are going to not only want to kill you, but kill your child who has nothing to do with anything. She thinks they are the people who would want to take revenge on her by doing to her what she did to them. That is mind-blowing to me. I'm sorry, I would have apologized, but I thought you'd kill me if I said I'm sorry. Get over yourself. Ugh. And I talk with George every day, and I ask for forgiveness and hope that he waits for me at the pearly gates of heaven. It couldn't just be get heaven, right? It has to be the pearly gates, because everything has to be punched up. Everything has to be over-dramatized a little more. But then the contradiction is there. So I can say I'm sorry to him. But I thought you talked to him every day on the rec yard. You can't apologize now? You have to wait for your actual apology, your actual I'm sorry, for when you get to the pearly gates of heaven. Meaning, you will not say I'm sorry until you die. Or you're going to bring this to George there too. Say, I'm sorry that you ruined my life. I'm sorry that you smacked me all these times. I'm sorry that you made me kill you. Now please forgive me, so we can go through the pearly gates of... No, if anything, he is spending his time with his family, his kids, his loved ones, which was never you. Even though he couldn't see it at that time, he definitely sees it now, if you believe what you say you believe. You have sent so many letters to anyone about everyone. You have called out your lawyers. You've called out your lawyers' families. You've called out this person, that person. Aren't you afraid that any of these people will retaliate against you? No. Why? Because you feel protected while in jail, because that is their job. But when it comes to the family, they have unlimited resources and the unlimited bloodlust to kill you at all means, all manner, in the most horrific way possible. I know you only feel that way because if you were in their shoes, you would want to do those heinous, atrocious things to that person who harmed you and harmed your loved one in that way. But not everyone is like you, as they have proven time and time again. Or better yet, as you have proven time and time again. You have written letters about your lawyers to the judge. You have written letters about the judge to the judge. You have threatened to write guards' names in letters in order to publicize their identity. And you have even written a letter to the governor. What do you mean you were afraid to send a letter? It is all you do, and you do it shamelessly with disregard for anyone who could be impacted by it.
I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness. Please forgive me.
She says while mid-turning the page. She doesn't care about this at all. I am sorry. She couldn't even look up half a second at them to finish the word sorry. The Y was still ringing by the time she had looked down because she can't even face them because she knows what she's done. And she knows she's not actually sorry whatsoever. I can't begin to fathom how they feel. Well, you've acted like it. You've acted like your feelings are worse than theirs. And now you're just going to put in this little line to make it seem like you're rational after shitting on them for what seems like an eternity in this never-ending statement that is allegedly your apology. And still, you're actually shocked that you are about to get life in prison. Honestly, if this were a death penalty case, I would not be surprised just because of the absolute ruthlessness and complete lack of remorse. I don't think she should get it, absolutely not in my mind, but I could see it if it happened.
Almost everything reminds me of him, seeing my stab wound especially every day especially.
And there she go again. She couldn't even get through it, messing up. She brings up that stab wound non-stop. You haven't forgiven him whatsoever. Letting down all the emotions, still calling it a stab wound when you were saying poking me in the back of the leg.
I've got this. Right. I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it. From him poking me in the back of the leg. Right. Poking me in the back of the leg. Right.
Seeing my stab wound especially every day especially.
Like it meant nothing to you. Now it means everything to you. Why? Because it's the only scar you have from him. So it is the one thing that you will continually point out. Someone pointed this out in the comment that she probably fought so hard to wear skirts at the trial because she wanted to show off the alleged stab wound. And I'm like, they wouldn't have been able to see it, but also I could totally see that being her mentality. Because that is like her badge of honor. This is how I'm a survivor. I have a stab wound. When in reality, I don't know how she got it. She's probably just mad that her abuse backfired in some way. I'm not trying to overly rehabilitate George's reputation. He made plenty of mistakes on his own. However, the dynamics in this relationship, how they are being presented, and how they were documented being in the time, eyewitness statements, videos on her phone, are completely the opposite. To a point where it is clear she was the initial, active, escalating, and prolonged abuser.
It truly reminds me that all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe because I do still love him.
I don't love you.
Think of him and miss.
I don't like you.
His laugh the most. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional.
But not intentional. My intention was not to leave him in there. My intention was not to leave him in there.
He's asking to come out.
I didn't do it intentionally. That was not my intention. But my intention was not for this to happen. It was not intentional. It was not intentional. Not intentional. I didn't intentionally go to bed because this was not in any way, shape, or form. Hand on the Bible, intentional. No,
that's absolutely what happened.
Intentionally. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen. So you guys think that I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do. Not intentionally. Not intentionally. Not intentionally kill him. I didn't do that intentionally. I did not intentionally do this. But my intent was not for that to happen. But you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally and not intentionally to leave him there. Or intentional. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. Because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional. I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George. Intent. It was not intentional. I promise you, on life, it was not intentional. Which I swore on my son's life was not intentional. That was not my intent. That's my intention. What, that it wasn't intentional? Yes, but it was not intentional. Not intentionally. We understand that.
He's still dead. I didn't do it.
Intentionally. Not intentional.
Okay.
This was not my intention.
You were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out what's going on.
Unintentionally.
I hope everyone can, his family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never.
I don't want to be with you.
I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh, Torres.
So even more contradictions abound. I could not imagine living in this relationship of George haunts me, but it's because I still love him. And I know he's with me every day. And I speak with him and I know he forgives me. And that's why I still hold hatred in my heart towards him in my stab wound. He gave me my Scarlet M for murder letter, and now is the reason I got arrested and the reason I'm going to experience prison. He reminds me of everything I survived. Because I survived. You did survive. He didn't, and you don't give a damn whatsoever. If you could, and that's why when she said in the interrogation, I'm just waiting for this to blow over.
That and or me not just show up back home. I'm sorry, what? That or what? Me just not show up back home. That's what, oh, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian. Like, so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over. Mm-hmm. And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell them? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
As though people would just get over this. As soon as they understood that he was a crap person and deserved to die anyway, and that he had hit her, everyone would get over it. And I could go back to my townhouse with my car, my phone, my laptop, my bike that I bought him, my birth certificate that just has his name on it. Doesn't mean it belongs to him, it belongs to me. My dogs. And everyone would just move on and forget all about him, and it would just blow over. She is still shocked that it has not blown over. In dealing with that every day, you never know. It's that splitting mindset, the idealizing and the devaluing. You're either the best person in the world or you're the devil himself. And it oscillates back and forth that way all day, every day. And then going back to the whole, it was unintentional. This whole trial, you have been saying it was intentional because you were defending and protecting your life. Because you forgive yourself for not choosing your life sooner. In essence, you are saying that you chose your life by taking his, by laughing at him. That's how you chose your life. Now you're saying it's unintentional. I would never. But you did. And you kept on doing. This was not, again, a gunshot, a heat of the moment. I was trying to protect myself. This was a prolonged, intentional, torturous event that she relished in. People always get mad when it goes wrong and backfires on them. But they love getting people in trouble. They love making people feel in pain. They have no issues with causing others discomfort and pain. Once it goes back on them, now it's the worst thing to ever happen. I didn't mean it. It was unintentional. I would never.
Were you punishing them?
No. Just.
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got. This is what you make me feel like. See, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this. I just...
Yeah, he's dead.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this.
What about Lucas's laptop?
No. Not today.
Not today. What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to
fine.
do our due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now, too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did to him, which was not intentional.
What's that?
In that. Is that correct?
She's asking about your tag in your hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not going to
We're not
agree to
making
anything that you're saying. I'm not, that you're...
She didn't say she wouldn't get close to killing him. She's just saying, I would never do that. I would never actually go through with it. But you did, and now you will forever be known as the murderer that honestly you've had to have been inside for quite some time to be able to do what you've done and feel nothing about it.
Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Cranick. To the entire planet, please forgive me. I graciously and humbly ask for consideration for forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment.
No.
For reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse and ceaseless. Allow me, please, to brush off the muck, wipe the blood off of my face, and fix the cuts in my skin. I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long.
Oh, trust me, we do understand now, and we found out for how long. You think that looking closer makes you look better and makes you look worse. I say this every time. The more you look at your relationship, the worse you look. And if you want forgiveness extended and considered, you need to consider forgiving and extend forgiveness. Because you're going to say that you forgive everyone, but you did the exact opposite this entire time, and you actually tried to harm as many people as possible. And you're not dumb enough to realize that's not what you're doing. Is to be cruel while smiling in our face and lecturing us for being immoral. Your apology may be ceaseless, but is it sincere? Is your apology honest? We don't care about it being ceaseless. You could apologize one time if it was genuine, sincere, heartfelt, and we could feel it and understand what you understand, how deeply you harm someone. It doesn't take multiple apologies to convey that. It just takes a sincere effort, a genuine understanding. And we're humans. We are built in a way to be able to discern the faulty from the fact. See, even Linda can tell fake from real, and she knows a fake-ass apology when she hears one.
For second chances, repentance, and redemption to advocate for all domestic violence survivors, to help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always, to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and the inside, to help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence as so many others, to stop the abuse and maltreatment before it's too late. There is always hope, and you can survive.
Blah, 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 blah. No, you do not speak for domestic violence survivors, and you never will. You will be helpful to many survivors in the future, because you are a shining example of what an abuser that can lead to a homicide looks like. Your example will be extremely helpful for people to recognize patterns in their own life, to say, oh, my partner is controlling on all levels. My partner thinks it's okay to attack me. My partner thinks it's okay to choke me, which we've talked about before, that choking is the #1 threat indicator, or maybe not #1, but a humongous threat indicator of IPV that can lead to homicide. If they're going for the throat, if they're trying to constrict and control your air, you need to get out of there. Ooh, bars. But yes, Pontius Paulsen, you can wash the blood off your face all you want. You can't wash the blood off your hands. That requires your true, genuine repentance for those stains to be released. No one can wash those stains from your hands but you. And you want us to do that for you. You have to put in the hard work to actually forgive and make amends through restitution and reconciliation. But there is much good you can do for survivors in the future. You are a warning sign, a cautionary tale, a myth that goes bump in the night when we are not thinking about these relationships critically, when we are overlooking these relationships because the dynamic seems off. Well, partner A seems like they're the weaker partner, and partner B seems like they're the stronger partner. That means partner B is the abuser, right? No, you need to look at partner A. Even if partner A comes forward first, what are their actions? What is the evidence that supports their claims versus what is the evidence that shows party B is guilty or innocent? And we need to be open and accepting to the answers that we see within the evidence itself. It's not saying it's all going to be documented. It's not saying it's all going to be clear cut, but it is saying that every single case of domestic, sexual, and physical violence needs to be investigated thoroughly, not looking to exonerate the accused, but looking to get the entire picture. And if the evidence shows a completely different picture, we need to go down that path. It doesn't even mean you need to 100% agree with it, but her story tells us critical examinations of who's on the other end of that phone call is crucial.
In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this: would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor.
Nah, you by legal definition are a murderer. For the rest of your life, you have earned that title. But no, even if the roles were reversed, you would not be the darling mother. Put a pin in that. I have some things to say about that in just a second. No, because one, you were a terrible mother. Documented history. Didn't actually care about the kid unless it was convenient for you. We haven't seen evidence at all that you made genuine sacrifices that put your son above your own needs. We hear nothing but sacrifices coming from Brian. From everything we've seen, Brian has not been able to have a life of his own because he has been trying to clean up your messes and prioritizes his son, as he should prioritize his son. I'm sure his life is way better now that he doesn't have to deal with your issues every single day, even though we know from the divorce case that you call him every single day, as though him as your ex-husband still owes you something. He doesn't. He is a good father. You are a terrible mother. And here's the real thing, unplug it. The darling mother. She is mad that George is being seen as a good father. I think that is the root of all of this character assassination, because she's mad that he called her not a mother. And he proved her right because everyone else agrees with his sentiment, even the parts where he called you names that are unfavorable to YouTube terms and conditions.
And then what happens?
He's always talking about his kids. Pardon me for saying, and a bitch, and not a mother.
But yeah, you're mad that after the fact, it comes out, oh, he does have a good relationship with his children, and his children do love him, and you can't say the same for you. You're mad that in hindsight, he looks like a better father because people don't remember people by the worst of their actions. They remember them in the totality of who they were as a person. And maybe he wasn't the perfect father. Maybe he was. I don't know. But what we see, his children do love him, do care for him, called him a good father, and missed their dad. She's mad because no one would have missed her.
Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke oppressors, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Isaiah 1:17, all-encompassing, protect the abused.
Ms. Boone, is that the end of your written statement?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, about time. Wow, almost 4 hours spent on just the written statement due to the amount of lies and unbelievable sentences which were contained within it. I want to recap it, and then I absolutely don't at the same time. We were all there. It was a mess. She starts off with forgiveness as her Trojan horse to say, fuck all of you pieces of shit. She should have just given the cameras the finger and then called it a day. Honestly, yeah. I'm thinking, if she had flicked off the cameras and then sat back down, that would have been less cruel and callous than what she has done. I'm surprised but not shocked. Like, of course, this was the route she decided to take. She didn't respect the process whatsoever at any point, so why would she do that now? She never accepted blame at any point, so why should we now? She blamed everyone around her for everything wrong that has ever gone in her life since the beginning. Why would she stop now? Even though that is what this statement is for. Your mitigating statement is supposed to be, all right, I'm going to throw all of this away. I'm mask off, all other pretenses down. I've lost the case. This is when I'm supposed to be finally honest with you and just give a heartfelt apology, even if it's fake, to the family of, I'm sorry, I recognize the harm that this has caused you. This was never my intention, and I hope one day you can please forgive me. That's all you had to say. But no, you decided to insult people, air out dirty laundry, say you forgive them, and just make lies and accusations that were disproven countless times in this video thus far. Ridiculous. Let's get to this sentencing.
Now, gathering your thoughts, did you want to make an oral statement?
I do.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Oh my gosh, I completely forgot there was a part 2 to this hellscape of an apology. Oh my gosh. Wow. That was just the written statement. And now this is supposed to be her actual apology. Wow, y'all, I cannot take this much time on this. I am going to try to let it play as long as I can unless she says something absolutely insane. Let's just hope we can get through this. My God.
All right, would you do that now?
Yes, please. My verbal statement is primarily to the Torres family, to the judge, to his daughters. I know you all know who I really am and that I did care for George and that I do still love George.
I don't love you. I don't like you.
Okay, I made it 24 seconds. But yeah, of course this is to the family and to Kranick, as though this wasn't all to them. This is all supposed to be to Kranick and then a little bit to the family. And it can be reversed, as in you're talking to Kranick by giving your apology to the family. But yeah, they know you, and they have plenty of things to say about you. So let's hear it in their words.
We have a lot of experiences with Ms. Boone that do not speak to what the media is stating she is, a victim or a gentle individual. I'm sure she's loved over there at jail due to the fact that Sarah Boone is very, very calculated. She by no means is a kind and sweet, soft-spoken woman. She is very calculated, very devious, very conniving. My father was sheltered and berated. He was kept from us. He was the real victim in this situation. Other than that, she was definitely correct as far as us not liking her, and she should have stated that she didn't like us either, because that is very much correct as well. She, like I stated, is very evil, and what she is acting out there on the stand and within that courtroom is baffling to me, because that is not the real Sarah Boone at all. But yeah, she was correct. We don't like her. We didn't like her. That will never change. Unfortunately, I do feel bad for her and I wish her the best. But what I do wish is that my father receives his justice and she gets the time that she deserves. And a slap on the wrist is not it.
That is who you were to them. And you know that is who you were to them. So you're trying to have this revisionist history of, I know you know who I am. I know you know that I'm a good person to my heart. No, not a thing that anyone has said. A single person from your past, you couldn't find one person to come say that about you. You had to get a literal chaplain who is there to say nice things about everyone who completes her program. And then some manipulated bunkmates and your quirky pen pal. Also, another thing that annoys the F out of me, and this is why I call her ableist as fuck and I can't get over it, and she does this all the time. She will address the family. She will say, I forgive them. I address this, the parents, the sisters, the brothers, his daughters, his daughters, his daughters. George also has a son. And yes, his son has disabilities, but he is still very much... I swear, Linda always knows when to chime in. But exactly, just because his son is disabled does not mean he is not just as deserving as an apology or as acknowledgement of to the list of victims that you have created. Now, I don't know any status about the son's updates or whereabouts, but there is no reason why you keep leaving him out as though he only has daughters. But no, in your mind, since his daughters are the only ones who can probably appreciate and comprehend your quote-unquote apology fully, that they're the only ones you need to address. You need to address all of his children who are all missing their father now. His son knows that his father's not around, and that's because of you, and you need to apologize to him as well.
I know you know that we had very many good days. And I take offense to the statement of being said that this is just for a moment. Right now with me here in the courtroom in front of you all, this is just for a moment. But the moments before that, in order for me to be here, is endless. It's everlasting.
It's really not, though. Again, you knew this man for 3.5 years. They knew him for 42. Okay? So it's not endless and this and that. Y'all weren't high school lovers. If this were Brian in reverse, like, you knew Brian for over 20 years. Okay? You could claim some kind of this or that of, I don't remember who I was before we were together or before we were in each other's lives. This is not the same. I know you didn't go to college, so you wouldn't know this, but it takes longer to go to college and get a degree than you were in that relationship. So it's not endless, it's very finite. Now, the consequences of that relationship will be endless for you. And how are you 40 seconds, less than a minute, into your apology, and you're saying, quote unquote apology, and you're saying, I take offense to them saying this will be a moment. And she's talking about the sister, and I think this is her one and only way to combat the sister that beat her ass, because his sister was really emotional, really honest, and really genuine in her response, to the point, like, her statement, I broke down. I absolutely did.
Sarah has caused a lifetime of pain, a lifetime of horrible images, a lifetime of hearing my brother George plead for his life. This is just this moment for all of you. For me and my family, it's forever. Such a simple thing as using a suitcase. It's so triggering. I try not to close it all the way and leave at least like 2 or 3 inches. And it might sound crazy, but it just helps me.
That last part truly broke me. I cannot imagine what that family has to go through and what she is going through. And just know that none of that is weird or uncommon or unnatural. That is an absolutely okay thing to do, to feel. Just Wow. I don't know how you can not feel the pain and the heart in those words. But did Sarah? No. What did Sarah do when she heard those heartfelt words? She took it as an insult of, you're saying this is only going to affect me for a moment, completely missing the whole point of all of it. What she's saying is that the virality of this entire case is only for a moment. So all of the courtroom cameras, all of the visibility, all of the media interest and intrigue is only for a moment, but that there are people who will live with this forever. She is saying that the spectacle that is Sarah is temporary, that she will fade away, and all that will remain are the scars she left behind on the victims that she left alive. And Sarah says, how dare you not see her as a victim in this situation, and that this will also affect her the rest of her life. And it should, because if you were set free, you would have moved on the next day.
The scars that I have on the inside, my outside scars have healed, except for my stab wound.
She can't let it go. Oh my gosh. How many times is she going to bring up this stab wound? Who is this for? Who is this for? Who is supposed to care about you getting poked in the back of the leg after you done said it this many times and said, I forgive him, that I don't hold that against him? Oh, the scars have all healed except for my stab wound. And I hope it doesn't. I hope it is a reminder. I hope you look at it. I hope the scar actually forms into a little J and starts to spell out his name as your wrinkly old skin gets older. That it just says George by the end of it. I hope it never goes away and that you see it every single day. I hope every time someone says the word George, it burns like Harry Potter scar. She won't let that go, ever.
But this has changed me as a person to see things differently and to understand things differently and to not be weak and just try to protect yourself and forever, regardless of the time that I may receive from today. I forever will have this experience. I forever will have George Torres with me in my heart, in my mind, my body, and my soul. As he and I used to say that we were one soul split into two bodies. This is not just for a moment. It may be for everyone in this courtroom, but when I leave, this is forever. When you all leave, that this is forever. This is forever for everyone here and those who it matters to most. I am one of those who will experience this forever.
She's saying that as though anyone disagreed with that. No one said that you wouldn't be experiencing this forever. That's the whole reason we're here, to put you behind bars forever. And then the audacity to say, regardless of the amount of time that I might get here. What do you mean, the amount of time? You came in here, you should have known you were getting a life sentence after saying all that. What do you think it takes for people to get a life sentence, if not what you are doing right now? Child, this is the easiest way to get the harshest end of whatever sentence imaginable when you go up on the stand and you re-victimize families and you insult people and you take no accountability for anything. And also what she's mad at the sister for saying it'll be a moment. And she's mad at the mom. And I'm not going to play this part because if I do another video, I'll explore it there. And it just makes me sad. But it's the part where in the mom's victim impact statement, she says that this is, I don't know if she says it's a moment or something, but she basically says that she's had everything Sarah will not have. She's had grandchildren. She's raised her child. She's helped raise her grandchildren. She's had all of these experiences, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, granddaughters, grandsons, all of the stuff that Sarah will not experience. Sarah will not be able to raise her child. She didn't do it when she had the chance, and now she won't be given that chance to harm him even further. And that is something to take solace in. You will never have that relationship that you want with your child. You will never have that relationship if you do have grandchildren with your grandchildren. You have lost your family even more. You have lost family in the past because of circumstances you couldn't control, and now you have lost your family in the present and future because of circumstances you could control.
I'm sorry. Words do not define my shame, and I don't know what else it is that I can say and convey to the Torres family how this happened. The ifs and whys and how really don't matter. It happened, and I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck off. Are you kidding me? The ifs, the whys, and the hows really don't matter? You don't get to make that determination, killer. You, as the murderer, don't get to say, oh, well, you know, the hows, the whys, or what happened really doesn't matter to you. It matters to those that loved him, to those who want to know what happened to him in his last torturous moments, which you will never be honest about, which I have no doubt you know way more than you ever let out, because it probably is even worse than what we saw. Half-ass, I'm sorry, I don't know what to say, what else do you want me to say? She said that in the interrogation so many times. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. Because it wasn't the truth, right? She's not saying, I'm telling you the truth, I'm trying to tell you the truth. She is saying, I don't know what you want me to tell you. Meaning, tell me what you want to hear so that I can leave, so that I don't have to get in trouble. Not that you actually want me to tell the truth. I just want to tell you what you want to hear. And it's the same bullshit here. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else you want to hear from me, because you're not getting the truth. Words cannot convey my shame. I don't think you are capable of feeling shame. You can feel embarrassment, but not shame. You are shameless to the core. And I don't think words can define. Well, you tried. You wrote how many fucking pages about this right here? You easily wrote over 10,000 words in this fake ass apology, and you can't find the words to say I'm sorry genuinely. Words do not encapsulate or describe how you really feel. Then why try? Why bother? Why use pages upon pages upon pages of words to ad hominem attack everyone who has ever slighted you ever, and then say, I don't have the words to actually convey my apology? Well, you had the words to convey your vitriol, your venom, and your putrid lies. So you could have kept all of this to yourself. If they forgive you, like we talked about earlier, the forgiveness is only for themselves, and it's to help them detach themselves from you and move on. But the forgiveness is not with the intention to make you feel better about yourself, because you shouldn't. Until you actually feel shame, you shouldn't. Until you actually feel remorse, you shouldn't. And I hope prison humbles you. I don't know which prison you're going to. All the rumors say you're going to one that does not have a great reputation. And normally, I'm all for prison reform and trying to treating inmates as humanely as possible. For you, I don't care what happens to you. You need a reality check, and you need to be checked by someone that you can't just tattle on. So I hope every single word that you have said rings in your head for the rest of your life. How you chose to sit up there and dare to say what you have said. I hope it keeps you up at night. I hope people say it to you in a mocking way. I hope people send you letters of this letter, just so you have it, because you always want a hard copy of everything. Your words will be chained to you for the rest of your life, and they should be. But your little I'm sorries, you can keep them.
Words cannot describe. And I hope that everyone can forgive me, the Torres family most of all, and his daughters.
And son.
Because I know what he meant to them. And I don't think that anybody ever understood what he meant to me and I to him.
You left him in a suitcase. No one really cares what he meant to you, because we found out at the end of the day, he didn't mean enough for you to let him out.
And I ask for forgiveness.
Ms. Boone, I have just one or two questions, if you don't mind.
Oh, is that it? We finally made it through her fake ass apology. Now Owens is going to get up there and try to rehabilitate because, like, oh, you went against everything that we talked about. I told you you were supposed to show and express genuine remorse. You did the exact opposite. You spat in the face of all of Mr. Owens' work, all of your speakers who tried to say that you were a good person, and you completely shat on it. And so now he's going to do his best as your lawyer, as one final act of grace, and try to give you an opportunity to show genuine remorse. Not going to work, but he's going to try.
And you can speak on it if you want or not. But this is a unique case, and one of the reasons it's so unique is that you were in jail for 4.5 years prior to your trial. And I understand that when you were brought up as a child that you did have some spirituality in your family, some church, some religion.
Always.
But I understand that you got away from that. Did you have a chance during the 4.5 years to look back at your spirituality?
Absolutely. You know, everyone supposes that this is one of the worst experiences of my life, and it's actually been one of my greatest.
Good grief. Of course it has. Another reason, life in prison. This has been your best experience? Stay in there. Rot. Ridiculous. Obviously, it's just a deflection of the, well, no, this wasn't a bad thing. This actually helped me change my entire life. I've never gotten closer to God. Yeah, I bet you haven't. Begging for forgiveness to not be put to prison for life. Not because you had some actual genuine reconnection that was not self-serving in its intent, in its execution, and in its hopeful outcome. That is not how you reconnect with religion or faith of any kind. That is how you turn to faith as a manipulation tactic as the end, to appeal to a higher power to say, hey, take my mistakes away from me and just give me and make everything go right again. I only killed one little person. Don't be so mad about it. I can't stand when people fall back on religion or high moral values in order to cover up their high immorality and their horrific actions. It's too late now. Finding God after the fact is great and good for you, and I'm happy for you, good for you. All the good stuff all around. However, we are sentencing your crime, not your religion, not your faith, not how far you've come since you murdered George. Who you were then, and how you have shown no remorse now. Ugh, greatest time of my life. Enjoy. It's the greatest time of her life because she's never gotten this much attention before, and that's all she's wanted. All she's wanted is never-ending, ceaseless attention. It's the only way she feels valued and feels alive. And that's why she will continue to write letters after this. That's why she will continue to bug everyone. She will do the interviews. She will write the books. She will do anything to keep her name in someone else's mouth. She'll do everything but be remorseful and try to heal and try to mend relationships through actions and changed behavior. But you heard it here, folks. Greatest thing to have happened to her. Killing someone is the greatest thing to have happened to her.
If I were not beaten to death, I was going to work myself to death on the outside, and I never had time to get back into my Bible and to pray and to be with the Lord.
What are you saying? If I wasn't beaten to death, there's no evidence he ever beat you that severely or harmed you that severely. But I was beaten to death. You were never even sent to the hospital in that kind of manner. You went to the hospital for this, for that. You were even exposed for lying to the hospital multiple times for this or for that. But I've had people in my life who have been beaten within an inch of their life. You did not experience that. From all the evidence that we've seen, from all the evidence that you've shown. So don't give me, I was going to get beaten to death, or I was going to work myself to death. You didn't work, though. You didn't have a job. You didn't raise your kid. You didn't help with the relationship whatsoever. You were annoyed when he would drive by on his bike to see you before he went to work. So you had all day while he's gone at work. You had all day while your son's at school. You had all day every day to do anything. Read your Bible. You could have handwritten the Bible. You had nothing but time on your hands to get in that Bible if that's what you wanted to do. But what you wanted to do was get to that bottle, to get to that St. Jameson, to get to that Jack Daniels, to get to that Tito's vodka. That is what you spent your day doing. That was your passion. That is what ruled your life. But of course, it was George's fault as well. He beat God out of you. Is that what happened?
And I, being here incarcerated, have had time, of course, to get closer to God, to reacquaint myself to Him and realize what it's all about. This is all temporary, and when I say temporary, I don't mean by being set free in jail or from prison or wherever else. It means being set free and temporary, meaning that you work for something higher, you work for God, that you strive for your crown to be placed upon your head by Jesus Christ by being said, "You have done well, my good and faithful servant." I've always tried to be a good and faithful servant. I was just a servant as opposed to doing all that I can when my family were alive and I was going through everything up to this point. I've become so much more closer to the Lord, and it's made me such a better person, and I hope that I am an example going forward of the Lord's light and can draw many people to me because of it.
Any follow-up, State?
No, I assumed that was the final word.
Thank you. She can return back to counsel's table.
Welp, Owens, that ran flat. I know you tried. That's just so awkward. It was just kind of like this ... crickets. Yeah, she can return to counsel's table. Thank God we are done. Just, whew. This is all just temporary. You should be striving for Jesus to put a crown on your head. Even that shows that she missed the point of what she even claims to believe in. If you believe what you say you believe, the goal is not to have that crown put on your head. It is to act in a manner to where you are befitting of the crown being placed upon your head. Not that that is the goal. The goal is to reach a state and a behavior of love and charity to those around you, to where you are worthy of a crown being placed on your head. You don't work towards that goal, because when you work towards that goal, it means all of your actions are disingenuous, thus not worthy of the crown you seek. And you just want it for the acclaim, for the title, for the, look at me, I am so holy, I am this good, faithful servant. I just serve the Lord, I do everything. That's why when I heard God's child crying from within a suitcase zipping and calling my name, I said, fuck you. Because I'm a good servant of my Lord. Good grief. Alrighty. So that was her mess of a statement. Oh my gosh, that was a nightmare. Part of me was going to play the arguments, but I don't really want to. I might include the prosecution's argument in a future video or something like that. But absolutely not giving Owens the benefit of the doubt. She doesn't need another word said in her favor. And he went on forever. One thing I do like to highlight in the prosecutions was just the part where they talked about why they gave her the plea deal, because I thought that part was important. And then we can transition into the sentencing and then get out of here.
Anything else from your side of the ledger, Mr. Owens?
No more witnesses, Judge, just arguments.
Okay. Anything else in rebuttal, or just proceed to argument, State?
Just proceed to argument.
Okay. All right. Once Ms. Booth's seated, you can proceed with your argument, either Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore.
Regarding the plea offer in this case, that she was offered the resolution in this case of 15 years in the Department of Corrections to begin with. I think it's important, though, that the entire circumstance of that plea offer is put forward. And there's something very critical to that. It's not just 15 years in the Department of Corrections. It's 15 years in the Department of Corrections, but it's predicated on something. And the consideration that it's predicated on is the defendant coming to court and accepting responsibility for her actions. For her coming to court and saying, I am responsible for George Torres's death, and I accept the punishment that comes with it. That consideration was never given in this case. And because that consideration was never given in this case, the offer of 15 years in no way represents what this case is worth, or what George Torres's life is worth. That is an offer predicated on a particular circumstance.
Honestly, I am really glad he said that. He didn't need to. In a normal case, he wouldn't need to say that. However, this is a media trial as well. There are statements being made by the defense's side that are not necessarily to Kranek, but to us. And this was a statement to us, not to Kranek. Because we all thought this was a slap in the face of how could you give this monster 15 years for doing what she did. And it's predicated on a task that they knew she could never accomplish, coming in here and taking actual accountability for her actions. And now looking back, I kind of understand, because you offer plea deals to spare the family and survivors from having to go through the trauma of a trial. And there is no way they could have predicted the things that she would do in this trial. And it wasn't until this moment where I really understood, oh, okay, yeah, that is why they really wanted to avoid this trial no matter what, because every horrible thing imaginable she was going to reach for. She was going as below the belt as possible. If she could dig him up out of the grave and show the jury that his fist was clenched just to make him seem more violent, she would. There was nothing that was off limits for her. So I'm glad that they tried to avoid that. We've seen the family break down in agony. However, I think they are A-okay with the agony they went through in this trial, knowing the result of it, and would have been more upset for her getting the 15 years than having to go through the pain that she inflicted on them one more time. Pain that Kranek, very clearly, he could have stopped this, just so we know. He allowed this to happen so that she couldn't say nothing about it, because she would complain I wasn't allowed to say everything, or if there was even a minor objection, there would have been a whole hubbubaloo around it. He let her get out every single word that she wanted to say and didn't stop her even once. So I'm glad Mr. Cacciatore came up here and said this is not what George's life was worth. This was just the offer based on the possibility, very small possibility, that she would take accountability and show remorse. So in essence, the plea deal was never truly on the table. And honestly, now that I think about it, I think she thought the plea deal was them admitting they were going to lose. I believe she thought, I have my team of lawyers, I have my 2 Paulsenets, we are going to win this. Why else would they still offer me a plea deal? So I'm going to reject, because at the barest of minimum, I'm going to break even with manslaughter and go to jail for 15 years. But no, just like everything else, it's not about you. It was about helping others. And I'm so glad you didn't take the plea deal. I'm so glad you showed us exactly who you were. You got up on that stand and you said everything that falls in line with all the horrific rumors and stories we have heard about you. And even worse. I'm even more scared of the things we didn't hear about you, about the things you were able to cover up successfully.
Those conditions were never met. So then we turn to this case, and we turn to this crime, and we turn to the actions of the defendant of taking the law into her own hands and murdering George Torres She has never shown remorse for that. She didn't show remorse for that here today. She again painted herself as the victim. She's the victim of George Torres. She recounted the litany of evil deeds and mistreatments that he perpetrated upon her. She's the victim of George Torres' family. She's the victim of the police. She's the victim of social media. It's all about Sarah Boone. Everything's about Sarah Boone and about how she is the victim. And Sarah Boone sentenced every one of George Torres' loved ones to a life sentence. Just like she sentenced George Torres when he was in that suitcase. George Torres lived out his last nightmarish circumstance in that suitcase, begging to be let out for several minutes, which undercuts any argument that this was somehow unsophisticated. There was ample time and opportunity over and over for her to do something different, but she went forward with taking the law into her own hands and ensuring that George Torres was never getting out of there, while she went up to bed and went to sleep for hours on end. She can't say that she was in duress for the same reason. She was in such duress of George Torres that she goes upstairs and goes to sleep for 11 hours. She deserves a life sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cacciatore, for saying what needed to be said. And now we're going to move to the sentencing and get out of here.
Any rebuttal by the state? No. Okay. The court has had the opportunity to life review the evidence and testimony that was presented at trial to life. The victim impact statements for life presented here today to life. The statements of character witnesses life, both orally to life and in writing to life. Dr. Harper's report to life and testimony life. The defendant's testimony to life. Pre-sentencing investigation to life. The arguments of the state to life and the arguments of the defense to life. Court pronounces sentence as follows: to life. Ms. Boone, life. Court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served that Madam Clerk will provide to you momentarily.
Ding, 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 and there it is. It is officially over. She has been sentenced to life in prison. In Florida, there is no parole, so life is life. They will throw away the key. They will throw away the key, and you will sit there and you will truly rot to death in prison. You sentenced George to a life sentence inside of a box, and now you will spend a life sentence inside of a cage. It truly is the only fitting outcome for such a horrific case. And even then, it seems underwhelming. But Honorable Michael Kranick did not say a single word, which was so frustrating because we wanted to hear what he had to say. But it was brilliant. Oh my gosh, it was so brilliant. This is the perfect response. The woman who would not shut up, who made everything about her and made everyone think that she is the most important thing in God's creation, who wanted the last word on everything. he still got the last word. He lets you say all of this, and it's good because she would have just taken his words and tried to warp it into something else. And as of this moment in the video, she done released another 28-page letter that now I have to look at. Like, good grief, that's so annoying. But if he had said something in this, she would have taken that whole letter and torn apart every single word. He says, "You are not special. You are not different. You are not worth my time. I have heard every single thing you said, and you are not worth a single word I say." Why? Because also judges want you to hold on to those words in a hope that you will become a better person after hearing them. He knows nothing he says will change you, and nothing that happens will change your behavior whatsoever. You will never take a responsibility, accountability, or try to make your behaviors better. So why waste my breath? Take her away, put the pink cuffs on, and never take them off again. Thank you, Honorable Judge Cranick, for handling this case beautifully. I like Judge Wooten, but he had a little temper. He didn't even have a temper, but you can tell that he was a little more annoyed outwardly with Sarah than you were, which any judge would be. But you handled her perfectly. I hope you get a humongous vacation after this where you don't have to think about this. I hope that, what I don't get is she's sending that letter to the judge. He's not her judge anymore. He didn't have to answer her. You have to take this to the appeals court now. So he got the letter. He's never going to respond to it. So again, it's just another open letter to us. But yeah, you are a better man than me. I admire your strength, and you are an example that judges across this country should strive for. So I thank you. And with all of that said, I think we have finally reached the conclusion of this sentencing video. My heart goes out to the Torres family. I hope you are able to heal. I hope this sentence brings some solace. I know closure from a sentencing is never truly going to happen, but I hope you can rest a little easier knowing that she will spend the rest of her life in prison. And a big thank you to all of you who made it this far. This is probably my longest video ever. I cannot believe it. I mean, I can because I just talk to no end. This video took so long. I do apologize that it took so long to get out to you. I promise I really wanted this to come out sooner, but wow, I mean, it was so much to get through. So thank you so much for making it to the end. Yes, I am still doing the interrogation video. I have unfortunately made the decision to scrap the original one, which I was already 3 hours and 40 minutes in, just because half the things I said contradict themselves now that we know what we know, and my opinions have changed on certain things. So I am officially starting the interrogation video over from scratch, and I will get that out to you as soon as I can. I still have some loose ends to tie up. I'll probably cover this, whatever the F letter she posted, just because to do it or whatever. And then I will get right on that. And then once I've done that, there may be 1 or 2 videos that I need to wrap other things up on, but we will close the book on Sarah Catherine Paulsen. And we will move on to something a little lighter. At least for my next few one-offs, there's something I want to cover that is not as intense, and hopefully we can have a good laugh with it. So thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked it, pause, wait, y'all, we reached over 9,000 followers. I am still so shooketh. In 5 months, we have reached 9,000 followers. Thank you so much. I say it all the time, but the support still blows my mind. I'm still new to all this. I still appreciate all the love, the support, and that you all are just on this ride with me. I hope you can enjoy the content moving forward, and I'm excited to see where we go. So if you like this video, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, dislike if you're feeling it. Until next time.